High above the blazing streets of Ouagadougou, the engines of the presidential jet rumbled as the final security checks were underway. The sun was already climbing, casting a golden sheen over the city, as Burkina Faso's president, Ibrahim Traore, reviewed the final itinerary from his chief aide, Mamadou Cissé. "Are we clear on the route?" Traore asked, tightening his military-styled cuffs. "Yes, sir," Mamadou replied confidently. "We'll take the Atlantic corridor, avoid known NATO tracking paths, and stay in constant contact with the Russian embassy." Traore gave a slow nod. The air was thick with significance. This was no ordinary flight. He wasn't just visiting Moscow for a military parade. He was walking into history with every step toward that aircraft. For months, Burkina Faso had distanced itself from Western alliances. Traore's unwavering stance for national sovereignty had made headlines and enemies. The West had grown tense with every trade deal he signed with the Kremlin and every speech he made about African independence. The message was clear. Africa was reclaiming its place, and that made him a threat. As he approached the aircraft, flanked by his new security chief, Fatou Diallo, Traore paused. The tarmac, normally alive with chattering crews and mechanics, was eerily silent. It wasn't fear, it was respect, and perhaps a touch of fear. "Madame Diallo," he said, not turning his head, "keep your eyes sharp. I expect a move. Something theatrical." Diallo didn't smile. She adjusted the strap of her firearm and gave a sharp nod. "Yes, Mr. President." Inside the aircraft, co-pilots Lieutenant Bernard Cafando and Captain Theo Mambe were already in their seats, checking navigation routes. The air crew, led by steward Yassine Tapsoba, completed the final boarding protocol. The jet was scheduled to cross into international airspace by mid-afternoon and enter the Russian communication zone by early evening. Traore settled into his seat, glancing at the briefing packet on NATO flight activities. He circled a small region near the Azores Island. "This is where they'll try something," he muttered. The engines roared to life. Ouagadougou slowly vanished beneath the clouds as the aircraft climbed. Below, millions of Burkinabe citizens went about their day, unaware of the storm building miles above their sky. Hours into the flight, with the presidential jet gliding over the Atlantic, Mamadou Cissé returned to the main cabin. His face was unusually pale. "Mr. President," he whispered, "something's on the radar." Traore's eyes sharpened. He turned to the cockpit, where Captain Mambe confirmed it. "Unidentified objects moving fast, closing in from the northwest. Likely military jets. Can you identify?" "Preliminary signature. American, possibly French too." The tension thickened. Within minutes, 2 fighter jets appeared in visual range, flanking both sides of the aircraft. They didn't fire, but their message was clear. This was no friendly escort. A static-laced message broke through the comms system. "This is a restricted air court. Land immediately or face interception." "Repeat, land immediately." Everyone on board froze, except Ibrahim Traore. He stood up slowly, walking toward the cockpit door, gazing through the reinforced glass toward the sea of blue sky. Then calmly, he said, "Continue on course. Do not respond. Let them make the first move." Yassine Tapsoba clenched the metal handrail near his seat. "Sir, if they fire, they won't," Traore replied coldly. "Not unless they're ready for a war they can't win." Meanwhile, across a secure NATO channel, U.S. Colonel Diane Whitaker barked orders into her headset from an air command base in Spain. "Confirm visual contact with Traore's jet. Stand by for orders. We don't fire unless fired upon." But the atmosphere in the NATO control room was tense. What was supposed to be a political pressure tactic had suddenly evolved into a high-stakes standoff over international waters. Back aboard the presidential jet, the radar lit up again. This time, the signal was different. Larger, moving faster. Fatou Diallo's hand moved to her pistol instinctively, even though it was useless in the sky. "New contact approaching from the northeast," Bernard Cafando called out. Everyone waited. A beat, then another, then the sonic boom shattered the tension. 4 sleek fighter jets burst through the clouds. Russian Su-35s. They didn't waste time. Within seconds, they moved into formation alongside Traore's plane, clearly positioning themselves between the Western aircraft and the presidential jet. Russian Air Command to NATO aircraft. A voice crackled through the shared channel. You are interfering with the sovereign diplomatic mission. Disengage immediately, or we will respond. The sky had turned into a chessboard. In the silence that followed, no one dared to breathe. Inside the aircraft, Traore returned to his seat, breathing evenly. His face was calm, but his eyes burned. We will finish what we started, he said quietly. And as the aircraft pressed forward toward Moscow, the balance of global power tilted slightly, silently, but unmistakably. The air inside the cockpit was thick with tension. Captain Minbei's fingers hovered just above the communication controls, waiting for instructions he hoped wouldn't come. On the radar, the standoff was crystal clear. 2 American F-22s, 1 French Rafale, and 4 Russian Su-35s, all circling within lethal proximity. They're holding, Minbei muttered. But one wrong move. President Ibrahim Traore said nothing. He sat stone still, listening to the silent symphony of power projected above the Atlantic Ocean. His mind wasn't on the planes. It was on what this moment represented. Fatou Diallo stepped into the cockpit, her voice low and urgent. Sir, a second NATO communication has come through. Encrypted. They're asking for a secure line to speak directly with you. Let it through, Traore replied. The cockpit went quiet as Minbei routed the signal to a secure headset. Traore placed it over his ears and waited. The line clicked, then crackled. Ibrahim came a familiar voice. American, smooth, calculated. This is Ambassador Charles Whitman. You know why we're here. I'm listening, Traore said coolly. You are compromising airspace stability. This flight, this show of defiance, will have consequences. Turn around, we'll allow you to land safely in Lisbon. No harm, no escalation. Is that a threat? It's a solution. The West has been patient with your alignments. But there are lines, Ibrahim, today. You're about to cross them. Traore leaned back, one hand stroking the edge of his seat. Then let me make it clear, Charles. I don't respond to intimidation. Not on the ground, and certainly not in the sky. A pause. You know what you're risking, Whitman warned. I know exactly what I'm risking. That's why I'm doing it. Traore removed the headset and handed it to Fatou without another word. On the other side of the globe, inside a windowless control room buried beneath the Pentagon, Charles Whitman tossed his own headset onto the table. Around him, military advisors and intelligence chiefs exchanged tense glances. The president of Burkina Faso had just brushed off a direct diplomatic warning from the United States. How far do we let this go? Asked General Marvin Ellison, head of Joint Command Operation. Whitman didn't answer right away. If we shoot down his plane, we risk a global incident with Russia. If we let him through, we look weak. Ellison's voice dropped. And if we force him down, jam the comms, scramble his guidance, fake a technical failure, Whitman closed his eyes. He's already outplayed us. He brought Russian air cover. In international airspace, he came prepared. Whatever we do next will define us. Back in the sky, the formation of jets continued their slow, tense ballet. Traore's aircraft held its course, escorted now by the Russian fighters in full lockstep. Each second stretched like an hour. Everyone on board could feel the weight of history pressing down on them. Mamadou Cissé paced the cabin restlessly. President, if I may, this is getting too dangerous. You've made your point. We could still divert, land safely, and avoid conflict. No, Traore replied without emotion. If we divert now, we reinforce their illusion that Africa still takes order, that its leaders can be spooked into obedience, that our skies are not our own. He stood and walked to the cabin's small window, gazing out at the F-22s, still hovering to the west. I'd rather fall from the sky, he murmured, than descend in shame. Down below, far beneath the circling jets, a Russian nuclear submarine, the Rybalkin, silently tracked the incident. Inside the command center, Captain Viktor Morozov listened to encrypted comms as updates filtered in. Moscow had issued no official orders yet, but the unspoken rule was clear: protect the asset. His second-in-command, Lieutenant Sasha Belikov, spoke cautiously. "Sir, if this escalates, we'll be called to surface. Possibly launch support protocols." Morozov nodded. "Then pray it doesn't escalate." At that moment, in the Kremlin, President Vladimir Putin was being briefed in real time, seated in a high-security briefing room with Russia's Minister of Defense and top air command officials. He stared at the projection of the flight path. He tapped the table twice. "Send word to the Americans," he said. "We are treating this as an act of interference. If they breach the 30-kilometer defense zone around our escort, we will respond." His voice was calm but final. Back in the skies, the radio crackled again. This time from the French side. "This is Commander Louis Barre, French Air Force. We request immediate communication with the pilot of the aircraft carrying President Traore." Captain Mabe looked at Traore. He nodded. "You have the line, Commander." Mabe responded. There was a pause. Then, in a voice stripped of threat but heavy with tension, Barre said, "Mr. President, we are not here to fight you, but understand, your presence in this corridor represents more than politics. It represents defiance. That defiance could spiral beyond your control." Traore took the mic himself. "Commander Barre, I appreciate your professionalism, but history has taught us something in Africa. When we wait for permission, we get colonized. When we ask for respect, we're ignored. So today, we are flying with those who respect our choice, not those who try to shape it." There was silence, and then Barre's voice returned, quiet, almost human. "Bonne chance, Monsieur le Président." With that, the French jets began to pull away, one by one, disengaging. The American fighters hovered a moment longer, then retreated into the clouds. Inside Traore's jet, the tension shattered into stunned silence. Captain Mabe turned to face the cabin. "They're gone." Traore let out a breath. But he wasn't smiling. "We may have won this round," he said, "but the real storm is still coming." The sky ahead was open now. No foreign jets, no hostile voices on the comms. Just the faint sound of Russian fighters in formation and the steady hum of the engines as the presidential jet coasted toward Russian airspace. But President Ibrahim Traore wasn't resting. He sat quietly, fingers laced beneath his chin, eyes fixed on the flight tracker, as a crimson line slowly arched across digital skies. Fatou Diallo broke the silence. "ETA to Moscow, 95 minutes, Mr. President. Keep our altitude. Let them know we're not hiding." Traore replied without lifting his gaze. Mamadou Cissé, seated across the aisle, leaned forward with a cautious breath. "We've passed the hardest part, haven't we?" Traore looked at him, expression unreadable. "No, we've just passed the most obvious part." Below them, the landscape of Eastern Europe began to unfold. Forests and mountains, rivers glinting beneath scattered clouds. The kind of beauty that masked borders, missile sites, intelligence outposts. The kind of land where alliances were made and betrayed. In the Kremlin, the Situation Room was still alive with motion. President Putin, now seated more casually, lit a cigarette as one of his advisors whispered in his ear. "They backed off, just as we predicted," the advisor said. "Traore's flight is entering Russian monitoring range." Putin nodded slowly. "The Americans don't want a war, not over Burkina Faso." But even as the words left his lips, he knew better. It wasn't about Burkina Faso. It was about what it represented. A sovereign African state choosing to forge a new alliance without permission. That had always been the red line. Back aboard the aircraft, the mood shifted slightly. The crew began preparing for descent. The flight path would now thread through Belarusian air corridors before dipping toward Moscow. Everything was going according to plan. Until it was. Captain Maningvei's voice cut through the intercom. Unidentified drone signature approaching. Multiple, small, fast. Fatou was already on her feet, heading for the cockpit. "How many?" "4, possibly 6. Flying in from the southeast, no IFF signals. Could be recon or worse." Mamadou stood as well, his voice strained. "Could it be NATO again?" "No," Traore said softly. Standing, "It's someone else now." The threat had shifted. Suddenly, one of the Russian escort jets broke formation, diving sharply toward the incoming drones. The comms crackled. Shu-35. Engaging. No response from targets. Preparing countermeasures. And then came the distant bloom of explosions. 2 drones vanished from the radar instantly. The plane jolted slightly from the shockwaves. Mamingbei cursed under his breath. They were armed. Futu turned to Traore. Sir, we need permission to divert. We can reroute through Kazan, lower our profile. No, Traore interrupted. We go to Moscow as planned. We don't duck, we don't change. But sir, no. The tone left no room for argument. On the ground in Moscow, Vnukovo International Airport was already sealed off. Russian ground crews and special forces lined the tarmac, scanning the skies. In a secure motorcade, Foreign Minister Irina Volkova checked her watch. Her orders were clear. Receive Traore with full honors, no matter the fallout. And yet, even she knew this visit had already rewritten the playbook of diplomacy. Back in the sky, the drone threat had dissipated. 2 were downed, 2 more disappeared off radar, likely having aborted. But the message was clear. Someone had tried to sabotage the arrival. Captain Mamingbei adjusted his earpiece. Descending now, final approach. Inside the cabin, silence fell once again. Traore stared at the skyline as the spires and towers of Moscow emerged through the clouds. Mamadou leaned in. Do you think it was mercenaries? Or someone inside NATO working off the books? Traore's reply was quiet. Whoever it was, they feared the landing more than the journey. As the wheels of the plane kissed the tarmac, the crew broke into scattered applause. Futu closed her eyes for 1 second, exhaling the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding for the past hour. Traore didn't move. His posture remained upright, composed. The cabin door opened with a hiss. The Russian honor guard stood in formation outside, flags held high, sabers gleaming. Beyond them stood Irina Volkova, flanked by Kremlin security. Traore stepped out into the cold Moscow air, not as a guest, but as a statement. Volkova offered her hand. Welcome to Moscow, President Traore. The Kremlin awaits. He shook her hand firmly. Then let us begin. Cameras clicked. Flashbulbs fired. But there were no speeches. No formal greetings. Every second counted now. As Traore entered the armored convoy waiting on the runway, Futu slid in beside him, scanning the crowd with razor precision. You know this was just the first test, she said quietly. Yes, he replied, eyes distant. Now comes the real war, the one without bullets. The convoy rolled through the icy streets of Moscow past barricades and checkpoints. Traore's arrival had triggered heightened security across the capital, not because he was a threat, but because of what might follow him. Inside the Kremlin, President Putin waited in his private reception hall. The fire crackled. Tea had been poured, but no music played. No television broadcast. This was a meeting behind closed doors for now. When Traore entered, the 2 men didn't speak at first. They simply stood, face to face. Then a nod. You came through the fire, Putin said. They tried to stop you. They failed, Traore replied. And now we build. Putin raised a glass. To the future, Mr. President. But as their glasses clinked, the storm brewing beyond the Russian snow was just beginning to reach its full force. Unseen, unspoken, but very much alive. Within the grand walls of the Kremlin, President Ibrahim Traore found himself standing in the shadow of history. The room was lined with portraits of czars and revolutionaries, rulers who had shaped the course of empires. Now, a leader from West Africa stood among them, not as a visitor but as a force rewriting the rules. President Putin leaned forward, fingers steepled. The world will react. Ibrahim, you didn't just land in Moscow. You landed on their pride. Traore's tone was composed. Good, let them feel what we've felt for centuries. Putin gave a cold smile. You speak like a man who knows he's already won. I haven't won anything yet, but I've made it clear, Africa is done asking permission. Across the room, Irina Volkova handed Traore a folder. Inside were satellite photos, intercepted transmissions, and drone schematics. This is your welcome gift, she said. The drones weren't NATO standard. They were custom builds, unmarked, likely PMC, private military contractors. American? Fatou Diallo asked from behind. Volkova nodded. Or French, possibly both. The model has been used in Libya, Mali, and Ukraine. Mamadou Cissé cursed under his breath. So they tried to deny it wasn't them, and used mercenaries instead. Putin closed the file. This is the new war, gentlemen. Quiet, deniable, and effective. Unless you're willing to expose it. Traore stood. Then we expose it. Volkova tilted her head. That could start something much bigger. So be it. Later that evening, a small private press room in the Kremlin was prepped under extreme secrecy. No media, no photographers, just a secure camera feed and a broadcast team that reported directly to the Russian Ministry of Information. Traore stood before a plain black background. No flags, no symbols. He spoke directly to the camera, to the people of the world, especially my brothers and sisters across Africa. Today, I speak not as a guest in Moscow, but as a free man, a free African. His voice was calm but unwavering. This journey was never just a flight. It was a challenge. They told me I couldn't come. They tried to stop me in the air, in the shadows, with silence, with violence. But here I am. Fatou and Mamadou watched from the side, both motionless. They fear an Africa that stands, an Africa that thinks for itself, an Africa that chooses its own friends, not the ones handed to us by our former masters. He paused. Let me be clear. Burkina Faso is not anti-West. We are pro-dignity, pro-choice, pro-sovereignty. Outside the Kremlin, as the message was broadcast across closed channels and encrypted African news streams, reactions began erupting across the continent. In Senegal, crowds gathered in front of embassy buildings with flags. In South Africa, opposition leaders quoted Traore's words in parliament. In Mali, his face flashed across giant screens in the capital. In Paris and Washington, however, rooms went quiet. In the State Department, Ambassador Whitman watched the feed in silence, jaw clenched. He's going public. One of his aides asked, "Do we respond?" "No," Whitman snapped. "Not yet. Let it burn a little, then we'll call it propaganda." In a nondescript building in Paris, French intelligence officers watched. One of them, a gray-haired man named Julien Marceau, clicked his pen thoughtfully. "I underestimated him," Marceau admitted. "This isn't just a visit, it's a revolution." Back in the Kremlin, the speech ended. Traore turned from the camera, expression solemn. He wasn't smiling. He hadn't smiled once since he stepped off the plane. Putin approached him slowly. That was not diplomacy. That was a declaration. Traore didn't blink. Diplomacy was what failed us. They walked together toward a long oak table where agreements were waiting to be signed. Not flashy ceremonies, just ink and steel. Agreements on security, energy, trade, cyber defense, and the unspoken one, mutual defense, if needed. As Traore signed, Volkova added another file to the table. "We have eyes on a NATO meeting scheduled in Berlin. Word is your name is on the agenda." "Let them talk," Traore said, not looking up, but in truth, he knew what was coming. Fatou pulled him aside after the signing. "Sir, our intelligence back home says pressure is building. The West is freezing accounts tied to our trade routes. Sanctions might be incoming." "I expected worse," Traore said. "They could squeeze our economy. They've done that for decades, Fatou. Let them try." But the truth gnawed at him. His people had already suffered. Could they endure another storm? Mamadou stepped in. "We need to prepare for retaliation. Financial, political, maybe even covert." "We already are," Traore replied. "Starting tomorrow, I want to speak with China, India, Brazil, build a new supply chain, bypass the old masters." "And the people?" Mamadou asked. "What do we tell them if the markets crash? If fuel prices spike? We tell them the truth, that freedom isn't free." That night, in a secured Kremlin suite, Ibrahim Traore sat alone for the first time since the journey began. He opened a notebook and wrote, not for policy, but for himself. "They tried to break us in the air. They tried to sabotage us in silence. But we landed. and the world felt it. He closed the notebook and looked out the window. Snow was falling over Moscow, soft and relentless. In the cold, he saw fire. Snow still covered Moscow's rooftops as dawn broke. The final day of President Ibrahim Traore's visit had arrived. But while the official schedule included a military parade and trade talks, everyone inside the Kremlin knew the real event had already happened. 30,000 feet above the Atlantic, where history had quietly shifted its course. Fatou Diallo stood at the balcony of the guest residence, scanning the skyline. Her earpiece crackled. "Security sweep complete," said a voice from the Russian team. "No irregularities." But she didn't lower her guard. Inside, Traore adjusted the collar of his ceremonial coat, a deep blue jacket embroidered with gold leaves, tailored by a Burkina Faso artisan. He looked into the mirror. His face was calm, but not untouched. There was fatigue in his eyes, not of fear but of the weight he now carried. Mamadou entered with a soft knock. "It's time, Mr. President." They descended the marble staircase together. Outside, a convoy of Russian armored cars waited. Traore climbed in silently, flanked by Fatou and Mamadou, the chill in the air biting but invigorating. The motorcade snaked through Moscow's wide boulevards, past rows of citizens waving small flags, some Russian, some newly printed with the crest of Burkina Faso. He saw a boy holding both in one hand, beaming. "We're not just guests anymore," Traore murmured. "We're partners." Red Square loomed ahead. Tanks stood idle for display, their barrels wrapped in ceremonial cloth. Soldiers in precision lines awaited the start of the anniversary parade, commemorating the defeat of Nazi Germany, a symbol of resistance, victory, and unity. But all eyes weren't on the tanks. They were on the African president, who had braved international threats to stand beside one of the world's most formidable leaders. As Traore exited the vehicle, a voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "Now arriving, President of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore." He stepped forward. The crowd erupted. President Putin stood at the edge of the viewing platform. No fanfare, no hand extended, just a nod. Traore nodded back. They stood side by side, silently watching as the procession began. Rows of soldiers marched. Planes thundered overhead. War machines from different eras passed below them like ghosts of history. But Traore's focus wasn't on the spectacle. It was on the moment. "You know what this means," Putin said without turning. "You're the first African leader to attend this parade since the Cold War. Then let it be the start of something new." Putin smiled faintly. "They won't take it lightly. I don't expect them to." As the last wave of troops passed, a quiet aide approached with a tablet. He whispered something to Volkova, who quickly stepped to Traore's side. "Mr. President," she said, "we've just intercepted chatter. Multiple cyber attacks targeting banks in Ouagadougou. Coordinated, likely state-sponsored. They're hitting your reserves." Mamadou swore under his breath. "They're not done with you," Fatou said. "I never thought they were," Traore replied. "Call the Ministry of Finance. Lock foreign accounts. Pull everything into domestic control. Start moving reserves through the new Eastern banking lines." Putin raised an eyebrow. "You've prepared for this?" "Of course, Traore. This flight began long before I boarded that plane." That evening, back inside the Kremlin, Traore stood in front of a room filled with diplomats from across Africa and Asia. Delegates from Algeria, South Africa, Vietnam, Brazil, India. The energy was different now. Charged, purposeful. "I did not come here to choose sides," he began. "I came to say we no longer have to accept the sides chosen for us." The room fell silent. For too long, Africa has been told who to trade with, how to govern, when to speak. Today, we reject that script. We are not a pawn in a great game. We are a player, a sovereign force. He paused. "If they punish us with sanctions, we respond with innovation. If they isolate us, we unite. If they threaten our skies, we fly anyway." Applause broke out, not polite but thunderous. After the speech, as the room broke into clusters of conversation, Traore stood at the edge of the chamber, looking out through the tall windows at the Moscow skyline. Fatou joined him. "Sir," she said quietly, "we've just received confirmation. The African Union wants an emergency summit." in Ouagadougou. You'll be hosting. Traore didn't respond at first. Then he smiled, a rare, slow smile that crept across his face like sunlight returning after storm clouds. Then it begins. 2 days later, his jet lifted off once more, this time from Vnukovo International Airport. Russian fighters flanked him for the first hour, a gesture of respect, not necessity. There were no intercepts, no threats, just open sky. As the Burkina Faso jet descended toward home, the capital sparkled in the distance. Crowds had already gathered, banners hung from balconies, children waved flags, and behind them a statue was being unveiled, hastily constructed in those 2 days. It was of a plane, not a warplane, but a passenger jet, with the words carved below, "We fly anyway." Traore's voice broke over the intercom as the wheels prepared to touch down. "To my brothers and sisters of Burkina Faso, I return not alone, but with a voice that was heard across the sky. They tried to stop us, they tried to erase us, but today, we return stronger." The wheels struck tarmac, the brakes hissed, the aircraft came to a gentle halt, and for the first time in decades, a standing ovation awaited a returning African leader, not for submission, but for resistance. As Ibrahim Traore stepped onto the stairs and looked out over his people, he understood it had not just been a flight, not just a mission, it had been a line in the sky, and they had crossed it together. The voice that shook the world, the spark in Johannesburg. Did you hear what just happened? A young African president just stood before the most powerful figures on earth, locked eyes with Donald Trump, and said what no one else had dared. It wasn't a speech, it was a reckoning. A moment that sliced through decades of silence and shook the foundations of global politics. Ibrahim Traore didn't ask for dignity. He declared it. And with that, something irreversible began. The world had gathered for the Global South Leadership Forum, held this year in Johannesburg, South Africa, a city of gold, revolution, and rebirth. The summit was historic. For the first time, not only economic powerhouses, but leaders from historically overlooked nations stood shoulder to shoulder to reimagine a fairer, multipolar world. Inside the Sandton Convention Center, with its high glass walls gleaming under African sun, the air was rich with anticipation. Marble floors reflected polished shoes. Global media circled like hawks. This wasn't just another diplomatic gathering. It was a stage for something bigger. In that room were presidents, prime ministers, tech billionaires, oil tycoons, social reformers, and kings. But the attention slowly turned toward one man sitting quietly among them, his uniform stiff with honor, the flag of Burkina Faso stitched proudly on his chest. President Ibrahim Traore, young, unbending, and often underestimated. Across from him sat Donald Trump, the firebrand former president of the United States, whose reputation for blunt, unscripted remarks preceded him like a thunderstorm. The summit had moved into its keynote session, Africa and the World. A new chapter. Trump stepped onto the stage, his stride confident, his smile measured. Cameras clicked, microphones tilted. The crowd braced itself. As expected, Trump didn't disappoint. His speech was sharp and unfiltered. He praised American innovation, boasted of Western investments, and scoffed at international bureaucracy. Then he paused, smiled at the audience, and dropped a line that electrified the room. When you look at Africa, what do you really see? Be honest. Chaos, corruption, leaders who can't lead. Honestly, it's a mess. Total disaster. A few polite laughs echoed. Some murmured, some nodded in uneasy agreement. Others looked around, unsure of how to respond. But one man did not move. Traore didn't blink. He didn't whisper to his aides. He didn't check if the cameras were watching. He simply stood up. The room fell into a breathless silence. No one expected this. Not from a young president of a small West African country. Not in front of media from every corner of the planet. Not opposite Donald Trump. But Traore wasn't concerned with expectations. He was there for something far greater than political correctness. He walked toward the center of the stage, calm, poised, unhurried. Every step sounded louder than the last. Cameras followed. Security froze. Trump raised an eyebrow. The audience sat still, their attention now hijacked by something raw and real. Traore turned to face the crowd, and then Trump. His voice was firm, not loud. He didn't speak with anger, but with truth. With all due respect, Mr. Trump, you have no idea what Africa is. You could hear a pin drop. The moderator tried to interject, but a single raised hand from Traore kept the stage. His heads turned. Phones were raised. Some gasped. Africa is not chaos. Africa is not corruption. Traore continued. Africa is resilience. Africa is spirit. Africa is 1,000 tongues singing one truth. We are not your caricature, we are your mirror. The line landed like lightning. Some people applauded softly, others leaned in closer. He looked Trump in the eye. When your ancestors came to our lands, they didn't find a mess. They found wealth, gold, wisdom, kingdoms. What came after? Slavery, colonization, exploitation. Our systems weren't built to fail. They were broken to serve others. Trump's expression tightened, but he said nothing. Traore pressed on. Yes, we have problems. But do you know why? Because our minerals power your smartphones. Our cocoa sweetens your luxury desserts. Our oil fuels your cars. And in return, our children starve. Our youth migrate and our leaders get blamed, bought, or bombed. A wave of emotion began to ripple through the audience. Some officials nodded. Others looked uneasy. Traore paused and scanned the room, letting the silence stretch. You call us corrupt, but what about the Western corporations who bribe our ministers? What about the tax havens that swallow our wealth? What about the silence when your companies destroy our forests, poison our rivers, and rob our future? No one dared interrupt. Even journalists stopped scribbling. Then, in a voice that softened but grew heavier, Traore told a story. There is a boy in Burkina Faso. He is 12 years old. His name is Emmanuel. Every morning before sunrise, he walks 6 miles to fetch water for his family. On the way, he passes gold mines, gold he will never touch. That gold travels to your markets, to your banks. But Emmanuel studies by candlelight, eats once a day, and dreams, not of escaping, but of building a future for his village. He looked toward the cameras. That boy doesn't need pity. He needs justice. He doesn't need aid. He needs access. He doesn't want to be Western. He wants to be free. A hush fell over the room. Even Trump didn't speak. Not yet. What had started as a verbal skirmish was becoming something much bigger. This wasn't a rebuttal. It was a reckoning. A continent, long spoken over, was now speaking for itself, and it had found its voice. The room was frozen. A man in a crisp suit shifted in his chair. A royal advisor from Morocco clutched his notepad. Even the interpreter booths paused, translators unsure whether to continue or just listen. Ibrahim Traore had taken the stage, and no one dared look away. His voice, measured and deliberate, carried no venom, only a fire that had burned quietly inside generations of silent souls. In Johannesburg, on this very day, that fire found its heir. Behind the glass walls of the Sandton Convention Center, the world outside continued as if nothing had changed. But inside, everything had. The moderator, a seasoned diplomat from India, finally found his voice. "Thank you, President Traore," he said softly, his voice cracking under the weight of what had just happened. Would anyone else like to? But no one moved. Even Trump didn't speak. His hands rested on his lap, fingers drumming slightly. He wore his signature frown, but not one of irritation. It was something else. Thoughtfulness, maybe. Reflection? No one could tell. The silence stretched on until the clapping resumed. This time it wasn't polite. It was thunderous. From Latin American delegates to Southeast Asian ministers, even a few European heads of state, all rose. It wasn't a gesture of political alignment. It was human. Traore remained still. He hadn't asked for applause. He hadn't come for it. He had come to tell the truth, and now that truth was rippling across the globe. By the time the session ended, clips of Traore's confrontation with Trump were already trending on every social media platform. Africa speaks. Traore speaks truth. Johannesburg summit. Journalists were elbowing one another for a chance to get a quote. Anchors back in New York, London, Lagos, and Tokyo were interrupting scheduled broadcasts to air the clip. But while the world outside spiraled into reaction, inside the halls of the summit, something more intimate was unfolding. As the crowd filtered out for a break, some headed straight toward Traore not just to congratulate but to connect. President Celina Duarte of Brazil approached him with tears still glistening in her eyes. "You reminded us all why we entered politics in the first place," she said. "Not for power, not for profit, but for people." He nodded quietly. A Cambodian minister shook his hand. "I thought I was alone in thinking the world has been upside down. Turns out we just needed someone to say it out loud." Even leaders from African nations once critical of Traore's rise approached him with new regard. His path to power had been unconventional, marked by military transition and populist rhetoric. Critics had called him dangerous, unpredictable, but today they saw something else: clarity, courage, vision. In a quiet corner, a small girl of about 11, part of a youth delegation invited to observe, stood nervously clutching a notepad. Her badge read Zinzi Mathembu, student, Soweto. She didn't speak at first, just Traore noticed her and bent slightly, his presence softening. "Hi," he said gently. She swallowed hard. "Thank you for speaking for us," she whispered. "For the ones who feel small." He reached for her notepad and signed the corner of it. "Never forget," he said. "Your voice is a power too." Outside, the sun had begun to set over Johannesburg, casting golden light over the skyline. But inside, the summit was far from over. A press conference was scheduled later that evening, and the media room was already overflowing. Microphones were labeled from every network imaginable: CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, SABC, France 24, NHK. And everyone had one question: what would Trump say now? He had remained quiet during the aftermath of Traore's speech. Some thought he'd left the building altogether. Others speculated that he was meeting with advisors. But Trump was still there, watching, waiting. Later that night, he took to the podium. Flashbulbs burst like lightning. Reporters leaned forward. "I've heard a lot of speeches in my time," he began. "Some are boring, some are good. That one, Traore's, was powerful. Didn't agree with everything, but I'll give him this: he's got guts." He paused, then added, "And guts matter, especially in a world where everyone's afraid to offend somebody." It wasn't an apology, but it was respect, Trump's version of it, anyway, and that alone said everything. Across Africa, celebrations had already begun. In Ouagadougou, crowds gathered around public screens playing the clip on loop. Young people waved flags, mothers cried, artists painted murals overnight. Radio hosts couldn't go a full hour without referencing the Johannesburg moment. And in that moment, something shifted. Not just in how Africa saw itself, but in how the world saw Africa. For the first time in decades, the continent wasn't begging to be heard, it was demanding to be understood. And Traore, the soldier turned president, had lit the match. In university halls in Dakar and Nairobi, professors replaced their lectures with discussions about the speech. In Ghana, students recited excerpts in classrooms. In the Congo, miners gathered by firelight, listening to the radio and nodding in silent pride. It was more than politics now. It was poetry. It was pain turned into purpose. It was history, written not by victors but by voices long ignored. And it was only the beginning. For the next morning, Traore was scheduled to deliver another address. This time, not to presidents or cameras, but to the youth of Johannesburg, invited from townships, schools and universities. That speech, many said later, was even more powerful than the first. Not because of what he said, but because of who heard it. The auditorium was smaller than the grand hall from the day before, but no less electric. Rows of teenagers in school uniforms sat shoulder to shoulder, eyes wide, backs straight, as if sensing something bigger than themselves was about to happen. The energy in the room was different here. It wasn't political. It wasn't diplomatic. It was pure. Here at the University of Johannesburg's youth campus, hundreds of students, Most from underserved communities were gathered not for a lecture but for something much more personal. President Ibrahim Traore had asked specifically for this meeting. No fanfare, no press, just the youth. As he stepped onto the low stage, dressed this time not in full military uniform but a simple tan suit with the Burkina Faso flag pinned near his heart, the room erupted. Some clapped, some shouted. A few just sat in stunned silence, unsure how to react to a man who had become a continental icon overnight. He waited, then he spoke. Yesterday, Traore began. I addressed presidents. Today, I address the future. A murmur ran through the crowd. I didn't come here to give you hope, he continued. You already have that. I came here to give you something else, truth. The room leaned in. For too long, the world has told Africa that we are behind, that we must catch up, that we are poor, broken, in need of saving. But look around you. Who taught you to code with no laptops? Who builds solar panels from scrap? Who studies under candlelight and still ranks top in math? A cheer went up. You are not behind, he said. You are being held back. Silence. Deep, aching silence. A girl in the third row wiped her eyes. A boy in the back leaned forward, elbows on knees. Traore continued. You are told to dream of leaving, of crossing oceans, of living in someone else's future. But what if I told you the future is not across the sea? What if the future is right here in your hands? He held up a small rock, just a simple stone. This, he said, is cobalt. Do you know where it comes from? A few students nodded. The Congo, someone whispered. Yes, and do you know where it goes? They nodded again. Europe, America, China. Traore smiled faintly. And do you know what it becomes? Silence. It becomes batteries, phones, cars, the future. He paused. You carry the ground of the future under your feet, but others drive it, others profit from it. You're told you're lucky to be hired at the factory. A small wave of realization spread across the room. I'm not here to make you angry, Traore said. Anger burns fast. I'm here to make you awake. An awakening that burns forever. In the corner, a young woman raised her hand. What do we do? She asked. How do we change it? Traore looked at her. Really looked. Start by not believing the lie, he said. You are not less. You are not late. You are not lost. He walked down from the stage into the crowd. No podium, no script. You want to change Africa? He said, walking past students. Then don't wait to be rescued. Don't wait to be hired. Build, create, learn, and when you rise, take someone with you. The room stirred. You don't have to become me, he added. You just have to become yourself, fully, unapologetically, powerfully. A boy near the aisle stood. His uniform was torn at the sleeve. His shoes didn't match, but his voice was steady. They laughed at me for wanting to be an engineer, he said. Said it was a white man's dream. Traore turned, then laughed back. And build anyway. Build better. Build louder. Until they stop laughing and start asking how you did it. Another boy stood up. My father was a miner. He died in a tunnel collapse. He said, he never got to see what came of the gold. Traore placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Then let his legacy be more than labor. Let it be justice. Let it be you. Tears were not hidden anymore. They flowed freely, out of pain. Yes, but also recognition. The pain of generations. The recognition of possibility. Traore stepped back toward the front. You are the dream they tried to bury, he said. But seeds don't die in the dark. They grow. A thunder of applause erupted. Not of fandom, but of awakening. As he exited the room, one girl stood and shouted, "We are not chaos." The crowd responded in unison. "We are the future." The chant continued long after Traore had left. In the hallway, he paused, watching through a glass window as they kept going. An aide approached him. "Sir, the next session is in 10 minutes. Traore didn't respond immediately. He watched the students, watched the fire he had helped light spread through their bodies, their voices, their hearts. Then he turned and said, quietly but firmly, Let them burn brighter than I ever will. Outside, the Johannesburg wind carried the chant across campus. Inside, a new generation had just been born, not of age, but of awareness. And the revolution was no longer a speech. It was a song rising. While the campus still echoed with chants from the youth rally, the world beyond South Africa's borders was rapidly reacting. Newsrooms scrambled, social media surged. It wasn't just the video of Traore's confrontation with Trump anymore. It was the follow-up speech to the youth that sealed something deeper. This was no longer a moment. It was a movement, from Nairobi to New York. Tweets poured in. We needed this voice. We needed this courage. We needed this Africa. App just is rising. Traore isn't just speaking to the West. He's speaking to all of us who've forgotten what leadership looks like. Prof Kimani, Nairobi. The world will remember Johannesburg, Africa. First, Zoe Kabila. In Mali, a rap artist dropped a freestyle on TikTok using Traore's words as the hook. They see chaos, we see kings. We don't beg, we build things. In Kenya, a teacher printed out the entire youth speech, handing it out in class with only one instruction. Highlight every line that made you feel something. In South Africa, artists took to the streets, painting fresh murals of Traore not as a politician, but as a roaring lion beneath a sun made of African flags. The words "not asking for pity, demanding respect" were splashed across concrete and canvas. Even beyond Africa, the world took notice. At Columbia University, a group of political science students held an emergency seminar to analyze the implications of Traore's message. In Paris, the usually stoic Le Monde ran a rare front-page headline. L'Afrique parle et le monde écoute. Africa speaks and the world listens. But the most surprising ripple came from within Western capitals themselves. In Washington, a panel was hastily assembled by the Council on Foreign Relations to examine the future of U.S.-Africa relations in light of recent developments. The room was packed. A former ambassador to Nigeria leaned into her mic and said, "Let's be clear. This wasn't just a speech. This was a reckoning. Africa has stopped whispering. And we weren't ready." Back at the summit in Johannesburg, delegations from across the global south requested one-on-one meetings with Traore, some to learn, some to strategize, some just to say thank you. Ghana's president extended an invitation for a joint Africa First Forum to be held in Accra next year. Tanzania offered to fund a youth innovation exchange based on Traore's educational proposal. Nigeria pledged to review its mining contracts and invited Burkina Faso to sit in on new negotiations. The dominoes were falling. In the corridors of the summit, conversations grew louder, more candid. Leaders from Latin America shared experiences of Western exploitation that mirrored Africa. Ministers from Southeast Asia offered tech partnerships. The air was alive with possibility, but not everyone was pleased. Representatives from a few Western nations grew increasingly nervous. Their talking points focused on aid. Stabilization and soft diplomacy sounded thin in comparison to the raw authenticity of what had just unfolded. One European delegate was overheard muttering, "He's disrupting the script." Indeed, he was, and the world was improvising. That evening, in the private lounge of the Intercontinental Hotel where most summit leaders were staying, Traore sat with his closest advisors. He wasn't celebrating, he was strategizing. "Now is when they will try to flatter us," he said. "To tame the fire." An aide asked, "How do we respond?" "By building faster than they can distract," he replied. Then unexpectedly, a knock at the door. It was Donald Trump. He wasn't flanked by aides. No cameras, just him. Traore rose but didn't offer his hand right away. Trump nodded, just wanted to say, "I've been in this game a long time, seen a lot of speeches. Yours hit different." Traore said nothing. "I still don't agree with everything," Trump added, "but I respect it. You said what no one else would say. Hell, maybe even what needed to be said." Still silence. Trump sighed. "This world, it's a game, kid. You either play it or you get played." "I'm not here to play," Traore finally said. "I'm here to rewrite the rules." They stared at each other for a moment that felt like a century. Then Trump chuckled. "You've got guts, kid. That's rare, don't lose it." And with that, he turned and left. The door clicked shut behind him, and the room fell into a silence thick with realization. This wasn't just about Africa anymore. This was about power, about truth, about reclaiming dignity in a world built on imbalance. And the world wasn't just watching, it was shifting. Later that night, in Ouagadougou, a crowd gathered in front of the presidential palace. They sang, they danced, but mostly, they chanted one phrase: "He spoke for us, he spoke for us, he spoke for us." Old men wept, young women held candles, children mimicked the moment Traore held up the cobalt stone. And in their eyes, for the first time in a long time, there was something new. Not just pride, not just hope, but power. Morning in Johannesburg came with a different rhythm. It wasn't just the sunrise that felt new. It was the air. Something had changed. The city hummed with a quiet electricity, like it was standing on the edge of something. Like the world had tilted slightly, and everyone had felt it. Across the African continent, from the sands of the Sahel to the shores of Zanzibar, that shift was undeniable. In a schoolyard in Dakar, children took turns pretending to be Traore, mimicking his walk, his voice, the way he had lifted that piece of cobalt into the air. They didn't know every word, but they knew how it made them feel strong. In Accra, a vendor blasted the clip of Traore's speech from a loudspeaker mounted to his stall. People stopped, not to argue, but to listen, to nod, to remember. In Kigali, university students drafted an open letter to their government, demanding local ownership of mineral resources, quoting Traore's speech word for word. They called it the Johannesburg Doctrine. In Lagos, a fashion label announced a new streetwear line named Africa First, not as a trend, but as a declaration. The spark had become a fire, and that fire had a face. In Burkina Faso, murals of Traore now stretched across concrete walls and village huts alike. His image, part soldier, part symbol, was no longer just a man. He was a movement, but he didn't let it go to his head. Just days after the summit, Traore returned home to Ouagadougou and went straight to work. No red carpets, no celebration, just blueprints, field visits, and meetings with young entrepreneurs. He held a televised town hall in the capital and began laying out the foundation of what he called the Africa First Initiative, a bold continent-wide strategy focused on 3 pillars: resource sovereignty. All future mining, oil and gas contracts in Burkina Faso would now require at least 51% local ownership. No more deals signed in secret. No more profits that left the soil where they were born. Youth empowerment. The government would fund 100 innovation labs across the country. Tech, agriculture, health, energy, wherever young minds dream. The state would support transparency and anti-corruption. A new watchdog agency with prosecutorial powers would investigate and prosecute financial crimes at every level, including his own cabinet. "No one is above the people," he said. "Not even me." The reactions were swift. Ghana announced it would review all foreign mining leases signed in the last 2 decades. Senegal passed a bill prioritizing youth-led agribusiness projects. Kenya's president invited Traore for a joint summit on Pan-African digital sovereignty. Even oil-rich Nigeria, often resistant to sweeping reforms, expressed interest in replicating the 51% rule. But what shook the world most wasn't what African leaders were doing. It was how African citizens were responding. In marketplaces, in mosques, in buses and bars and boardrooms, people weren't just talking about Traore, they were acting. A fisherman in Sierra Leone stopped selling to an international buyer who underpaid him and started a local co-op. A nurse in Togo launched a blog exposing corruption in the public health sector. A 16-year-old coder in Nairobi created an app that tracks mineral exports in real time, called it Truth Map, and made it free. Traore had not just changed policy, he had changed people. He had reminded a continent of its worth and the world of its weight. Meanwhile, in the West, something else was happening. The old narratives of Africa as a burden, as broken, as backward, began to crack under the pressure of Traore's truth. Think tanks debated. Editorials reversed tone. Television panels that once invited African experts now invited actual Africans. And one by one, the eyes of the world began to widen. They saw Emmanuel, the boy Traore spoke of, not as a statistic, but as a son of the soil whose dreams deserved respect. They saw Africa not as a place to be pitied, but a partner to be honored. Still, Traore knew the danger. Movements this big scare the systems that benefit from silence. He told his cabinet, "We've won their attention. Now we must win their respect through action." And action came fast. Within months, the Africa First initiative had expanded into a continent-wide coalition with 18 countries formally signed on. Regional banks pledged billions in support. A Pan-African resource exchange was announced to allow Africans to buy and trade their own resources and their own terms. But most powerful of all, the belief that Africa could lead, could negotiate, could dream out loud. In his next address, Traore stood before a gathering of the coalition's founding members and said, "We are not asking the world to kneel. We are asking it to rise with us." He paused, scanning the room. "From now on, we do not wait for permission. We do not wait for applause. We do not wait." He stepped back from the microphone, and the applause didn't come in waves. It came like thunder. Somewhere in a village in northern Burkina Faso, a boy named Emmanuel, yes, the real one, sat on a wooden bench under a tree. His mother was beside him. In front of them, a new well was being dug. Clean water was coming. Beside it, a plaque read, "Funded by the Africa First Youth Fund, inspired by a dream, spoken by a president, built by a people." He looked up at the sky, wide and open and endless, and he smiled, because for the first time, it wasn't just hope he felt. It was history, his history being made. And in that moment, Africa wasn't rising. Africa had already risen. The scent of fresh jasmine floated through the golden hallways of the Hotel Baobab in Dakar, where the most powerful men in Africa had gathered for what the West called the Partnership Summit. For President Ibrahim Traore, it felt like a chessboard disguised as a dinner party. He stood near the balcony, sipping black coffee, his eyes drifting between silk suits and polished speeches. French, English, Wolof and Arabic danced through the air. None of it sounded honest. President Traore, a voice interrupted. He turned. Standing before him was James Ellison, Special Envoy of the European Economic Coalition, trim gray beard, blue eyes like a winter sky. The man moved with the confidence of someone who had never had to say, "No." "I was hoping we could speak in private," Ellison said, motioning to a side lounge. Ibrahim nodded without expression and followed. The room was quiet, with thick curtains and low lighting. No cameras, no translators, just power and pretense. Ellison got right to it. "We're offering $2.7 billion in infrastructure grants and long-term defense support," he said, sliding a sealed envelope onto the glass table. "All you need to do is sign off on uranium access in Zone 9 and fast-track our investment framework." Ibrahim didn't flinch. "In exchange for," Ellison leaned forward, "security, stability, legitimacy. You'll be seen as a global partner, not an outsider." Ibrahim stared at him for a moment, then smiled faintly. "So I get to keep my chair, as long as I let you dig up the floor beneath it." Ellison chuckled softly, like a man who thought resistance was theater. "We're not trying to take your land, Mr. President. Just unlock its value." Ibrahim stood slowly. "I'll consider it, tomorrow." Ellison nodded, satisfied. "Of course, but you should know, some of your neighbors have already agreed." As Ibrahim exited, his phone buzzed, encrypted message from Minister Diarra. "We need to talk. The deal is being signed behind your back." In his hotel suite that night, Ibrahim removed his jacket and stared at the city lights outside the window. Dakar was alive, horns, music, struggle, hope, and behind the walls of the summit, the future of Africa was being sold by the ounce. He dialed a secure line. "Bring me the files on Zone 9. Tonight." His aide hesitated. "Sir, they're classified under Joint Command." "I wasn't asking," Ibrahim replied. At 2:11 a.m., the documents arrived in a slim metal case, carried by a young intelligence officer who looked terrified just to be in the room. Ibrahim flipped through the data. Zone 9 had enough uranium to power Western Europe for 14 years. Its estimated value exceeded $400 billion, and buried deep in the fine print, exclusive rights transfers to a Luxembourg-based firm with ties to the EEC. Signed already, not by him, by someone else, someone in his cabinet.
He clenched his jaw.
It wasn't just a betrayal, it was theft, a tap on the door. It was his security chief, Captain Euro. Sir, the French delegation is meeting with Minister Tano in room 514. Closed doors, no records. Ibrahim stood. Then let's make our own. 2 floors above, Ibrahim watched through a silent camera feed. He saw Minister Tano, one of his oldest allies, sitting with 2 French envoys and a lobbyist with a Parisian accent. Tano was laughing, signing, smiling, selling. The next morning, headlines across African media praised the summit's historic cooperation. Photos of smiling presidents, shaking hands, flags, deals, unity. Ibrahim said nothing, but he had already drafted his speech, not for the media, not for the diplomats, for the battlefield of words inside the summit chamber. By the time the summit entered day 2, the halls of Hotel Bob buzzed with polite deceit. Western media called it the dawn of a new economic era for Africa. Behind closed doors, leaders who once spoke of sovereignty now whispered about interest rates and exit clauses. President Ibrahim Traore walked into the main hall 10 minutes early. His stride was calm, but his silence weighed like a loaded weapon. He wore no tie, no security entourage, just a crisp white shirt, a worn leather watch, and that unmistakable look. Part warrior, part historian, the hall filled quickly. Dozens of heads of state, diplomats, and energy CEOs took their seats beneath golden chandeliers. Massive flags of African nations hung behind the stage. The room was theater. Every move, an act. Every deal, a script. Ibrahim stood when his name was called. He approached the podium with slow confidence. When he looked up, the room fell quiet. He didn't glance at his notes. He didn't need them. Brothers, sisters, partners, he began. This summit was meant to shape Africa's tomorrow. But as I listened yesterday, I heard echoes of our past. He let the words settle. People speaking about investment, while drawing maps in private about partnership, while writing contracts that steal before they share. A few heads turned, some stiffened. We are told to sign, quietly, gratefully, to trade our uranium for stability, our water for support, and our dignity for applause. Ellison, seated in the second row, folded his hands and stared straight ahead. But I did not come to Dakar to be patted on the head. Traore continued, I came because my people deserve to be seen, heard, respected. He raised the envelope Ellison had given him. This offer is not partnership. It is blackmail with a French accent, a sharp intake of breath. Several aides looked around nervously. But we are not desperate, he said, voice rising. We are not poor. We are rich in land, rich in people, and rich in the one thing that terrifies you the most, independent thinking. Silence, then murmurs, then something unexpected. Applause, soft at first, then louder, not from Ellison, not from the western side of the room, from other African leaders, from the youth representatives, from his own people. After the speech, Ibrahim didn't return to his suite. He went to the back garden of the hotel, where palm trees swayed against the Atlantic breeze. Captain Euro met him there, eyes sharp. They're panicking, he said. EEC called an emergency meeting with Ellison. And you should hear this. Russia wants a call. I'm not here to be traded like a chess piece between empires, Ibrahim said. Neither west nor east. We decide, on our own. But they'll push back. They already have, Ibrahim replied. But we just made them blink. Upstairs, chaos brewed. Ellison paced the floor of a private suite, phone pressed to his ear. He went off script, he growled. Humiliated us on live stream. A British envoy spoke calmly over the speakerphone. Do we apply financial pressure? Freeze accounts? No, Ellison said. Not yet. A pause. There's a better way. Leverage someone inside. That night, in a secured room with no cameras, Ibrahim met quietly with 3 African presidents from Mali, Guinea, and Niger. None of them had spoken openly during the summit, until now. You said what we've all wanted to say, President Doumbia of Guinea admitted. We're tired of the West treating us like spoiled children, said General Dogo of Niger. But Mali's President Samake warned, they will retaliate, economically, politically, or worse. Ibrahim nodded. Then we stand together, or we stand alone, one by one. He leaned forward. What if we built our own continental resource block, African-controlled, transparent, accountable, not for sale? The idea hung in the air like dry thunder. Doumbia spoke first. It will start a war. No, Ibrahim said. It will end one. But even as those words echoed with hope, a shadow moved elsewhere. Minister Tano, the one Ibrahim had watched signing behind his back, sat in a dim bar in another hotel. He was sweating. Across from him sat a man in a tailored blue suit, sipping whiskey. You'll be well compensated, the man said. You just have to keep feeding us what he's planning. Speeches, strategy, allies. Tano hesitated. He's my president. The man smirked. He's also a threat to the order we built. Help us keep the peace. Outside, thunder rumbled over Dakar. Inside, the game was just beginning. It was 4:16 a.m. when the message came through. Encrypted, anonymous. 2 lines only. Room 9. D. Tano is compromised. Audio proof attached. President Ibrahim Traore didn't sleep much during summits, but tonight he was already awake. He stared at the message for a long second, then turned to Captain Euro, who stood by the window scanning the empty streets below. Wake up our tech team, Ibrahim ordered. I want that audio decrypted and analyzed before sunrise. Euro nodded and disappeared into the hallway like smoke. Within an hour, the file was playing in Ibrahim's ear. The voice was unmistakable. Minister Tano, the man who had sat at Ibrahim's table for a decade, who had cried at his inauguration, who had sworn to defend the nation with his last breath. Now he was whispering terms to a foreign diplomat, offering strategic access to state communications, asking for protection once Traore falls. Ibrahim said nothing. He just closed his eyes and made a decision. By 6 a.m., a quiet storm moved through Hotel Baba. Tano's key card stopped working. His phone was disabled. His guards were replaced, and he never saw the 4 plainclothes agents enter his room. He was escorted silently through the service elevators to a private suite on the 21st floor, converted overnight into an interrogation room. No press, no scandal. Not yet. Ibrahim entered alone. Tano was already sweating. His tie was off, collar unbuttoned. I thought we were friends, Tano said quietly. We were, Ibrahim replied. But friends don't sell your country for Swiss bank accounts. You don't understand the pressure. I understand perfectly. That's why I didn't have you arrested. Tano looked up, confused. What? I'm giving you a role to play, Ibrahim said, leaning in. You're going to become our biggest asset. How? You're going to keep feeding them. But this time, with what we want them to hear. Tano stared at him like a drowning man staring at the ocean. And when this is over, he asked, you'll do one final thing, Ibrahim said. What? Ibrahim didn't answer, but Tano knew. Later that morning, the summit resumed. On the surface, it was business as usual. Handshakes, keynote addresses, cameras flashing. But below the surface, the alliances were shifting. Ibrahim had breakfast with President Samake of Mali and an economic strategist from Kenya. He laid out the blueprint, Ibrahim Pan-African Mineral Sovereignty Pact, shared resource data among member states, national ownership, joint enforcement, no foreign majority stakes. No one touches anything without all of us agreeing, Ibrahim explained. We set the rules, not Brussels, not Beijing. Samake rubbed his chin. They'll call it protectionism. They already call us unstable, Ibrahim replied. Let them call us united for once. Meanwhile, inside a suite guarded by European security, James Ellison was not smiling. He was listening to a briefing from his aide. Details of Ibrahim's proposed pact, word for word. Tano was feeding them exactly what they expected, except it was bait. That man is dangerous, Ellison muttered. He's rallying others. He's making resistance fashionable. The aide hesitated. There's another option. What is it? A vote. Ellison looked up. We push for a summit resolution that limits any bloc formation without full international oversight. If it passes, Traore's plan dies. Ellison stood. Schedule it. That afternoon, a surprise item was added to the summit's agenda. Resolution 47A, on the coordination and oversight of multinational resource pacts. Ibrahim recognized it instantly. For what it was, a trap dressed in legalese. If passed, it would force African nations to seek international approval before creating economic blocs involving strategic minerals. It was colonialism in a suit and tie, and the vote was set for the next morning. Ibrahim gathered his inner circle in the hotel's old conference room. Walls faded, one AC unit barely humming. It was perfect. This is it, he said. They want to end the idea before it takes root. Samake was already on the phone with his vice president. DOMITA was reviewing legal clauses. Amina, a young analyst from Ghana, was tracking undecided nations. We can flip them, she said, but they'll need more than ideals. What do you suggest? Ibrahim asked. She pointed to her screen. Proof. At midnight, a single flash drive changed hands. Inside recordings, emails and payment trails, showing how foreign lobbyists had influenced the writing of Resolution 47A. Long before the summit even began, they'd planned to stop African sovereignty before it even had a name. The next morning, Ibrahim didn't speak first. President Samake did. He stood before the assembly, voice clear and defiant. This resolution was not born in this room, he said. It was conceived in boardrooms thousands of miles away. Gasps, whispers, and then came the data, displayed on the summit's central screen. Timestamps, wire transfers, confidential memos, all leading back to 2 European consulting firms. The chamber exploded. Some delegates shouted. Others walked out. The vote, canceled. Back in the shadows, Minister Tano sat alone. He watched the broadcast on a private feed, a guard standing behind him. He knew what came next, and he was ready. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pre-written confession, signed, time-stamped, detailed. Then he whispered to the guard, "Give this to him." "What about you?" Tano looked at the skyline and said nothing. At dawn, the air in Dakar felt heavy, not just with heat, but with history. President Ibrahim Traore sat alone in the summit's private garden, reading Minister Tano's handwritten confession. It was written in shaky but deliberate strokes. Every word dripped with guilt and something more dangerous, regret, in it. Tano detailed every meeting, every wire transfer, every document he had leaked. But the final paragraph caught Ibrahim's eye. "I betrayed you because I thought survival meant obedience. But now I see, true survival is the courage to choose differently. I hope my death buys back what I sold." The guard who delivered the letter hadn't said it, but Ibrahim already knew. Tano was gone. He had taken his own life. Ibrahim folded the note, pressing his fingers against it, not to hide pain but to absorb it. Back inside the summit, the mood had shifted. Delegates who had once smiled through polished speeches now walked the halls in guarded silence. Allies whispered in corners. Journalists hunted for sound bites. But the West wasn't finished. That afternoon, James Ellison emerged for the first time in 2 days, flanked by aides. He approached the press with cold precision. "The accusations are unfounded," he declared. "The resolution was in good faith. President Traore is turning the summit into a conspiracy circus." He adjusted his tie and smiled for the cameras. "Burkina Faso will face consequences." Ibrahim watched the statement from his suite. He didn't react, not to the insult, not to the threat. Instead, he turned to Amina, the young analyst who had helped crack the lobbyist documents. "Do we have their full digital footprint?" She nodded. "Everything they've been doing for the last 6 months." He paused. "It's time we show the people who's really orchestrating the puppet show." That night, in a media room 3 floors below the summit ballroom, Ibrahim went live. No press, no moderation, just a broadcast, raw, unfiltered, to Africa and beyond. He stared into the lens. "You were never meant to see what I'm about to show you," he began. His tone was calm, but the weight in his voice struck deep. He laid out the evidence. Wire transfers to ministers across the continent, leaked memos from consultants, whose real job was coercion, audio of Ellison discussing post-summit asset control. The footage played like a thriller, except it was real, and it was damning. Ibrahim ended the speech with a single sentence: "Africa has been negotiated without Africans long enough. That ends now." By morning, Twitter was on fire. So was the summit. Protests broke out outside the hotel. Young people waved flags, chanting "Africa First" in 5 languages. Inside, half the attending presidents refused to return to their seats. 4 governments withdrew from all EEC resource negotiations. A few Western delegates caught emergency flights out. Ibrahim stood calmly by the window as chaos brewed around him. Yarrow approached. "They're requesting a closed-door emergency session. Just the core members. No media." "Let them have it," Ibrahim said. "But I won't be attending." Yarrow blinked. "Sir, let them talk about Africa without me. That's what they do best." But while the summit unraveled, real danger grew elsewhere. In a hidden security room below the hotel, a French contractor, working off books, received an encrypted call. "The asset failed," the voice said. "We proceed to secondary containment." "What does that mean?" the contractor asked. "Traore doesn't leave Dakar." The order was clear: assassination. At 6:42 p.m., the presidential convoy prepared to depart. 3 black SUVs waited in the underground garage. Ibrahim was set to return to the embassy compound before flying home. But something was off. Yarrow noticed it first. 2 guards were unfamiliar. The route had been altered. Radio chatter was wrong. He pulled Ibrahim aside. "We've been compromised." "How bad?" Yarrow didn't answer. That was bad enough. 10 minutes later, they exited through the kitchen instead of the main garage. Dressed in civilian clothes, Ibrahim walked fast between walls lined with pots and shouting chefs, through a side exit, into an unmarked car with a local driver and 2 of his own snipers in streetwear. They didn't use radios, no GPS, just instinct and backup plans. Across town, a convoy of 3 black SUVs left the hotel at the scheduled time. At 7:02 p.m., the 3rd vehicle exploded in a fireball beneath an overpass. The press reported it as an engine malfunction, but intelligence agencies knew better. Ibrahim remained silent. No press statement, no photo op. He didn't need to confirm anything. The silence said it all. Later that night, the summit officially collapsed. No final photo, no signed declaration, no joint statement, just silence, smoke, and suspicion. But in the ashes of it all, something had already begun. 5 nations agreed to meet privately within the next month. Not in Brussels, not in Washington, but in Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, a new beginning. The plane touched down in Ouagadougou just after 3 a.m. No red carpet.
Nice.
No anthem, no celebration. President Ibrahim Traore stepped off the aircraft alone, the wheels of the presidential jet still hissing behind him. Captain Yarrow walked beside him in silence. The city slept, unaware of what their leader had survived or stopped from happening. And that was fine with him. He hadn't flown home in victory. He'd flown home with a mission. By sunrise, a private meeting was already underway at the presidential compound. Not a summit, not a press event, a war room. 6 African leaders sat around a circular table. No hierarchy, no throne. Mali,
Guinea,
Niger, Chad, Ghana, Burkina Faso. Some arrived in plain shirts, others came alone without aides. There were no ceremonial speeches, no champagne, just data, maps, blueprints, and the truth. "Gentlemen," Ibrahim said,
What happened in Dakar wasn't a single event.
"it was a stress test, a pressure campaign, a final attempt to push us back into dependence." President DOMITA nodded. "And we passed." "Barely," added General Sawadago. "Had the evidence not leaked, it leaked because it had to," Ibrahim replied. "This was never about one document or one vote. This is about the idea that we do not belong at our own table." He tapped the desk once. "They're going to regroup. New methods, new messengers." President Samake from Mali leaned forward. "Then let's stop waiting for them to invite us. Let's build the house ourselves. And so they did. What began as a single counter-proposal in Dakar became the Ouagadougou Doctrine, a foundational charter built on three simple pillars. 1. Resource sovereignty. No mineral, oil, or land may be exploited without public disclosure and majority national ownership. 2. Continental arbitration. Disputes between African nations to be settled by African legal councils, not foreign courts. 3. Collective defense of political autonomy. Any external attempt to coerce or destabilize a member state is considered an attack on all. It wasn't a policy, it was a declaration of independence, version 2.0. But while political papers moved in secure folders and encrypted channels, the world outside was catching fire. Western headlines accused Traore of destabilizing Africa. They called him erratic, a radical, a populist with dangerous ideas. Traore's doctrine threatens regional investment, read one Wall Street Journal editorial. New axis forming in West Africa, claimed another. They weren't wrong, but they weren't right either. Because while stock markets speculated, something else was rising: hope. In marketplaces from Bobo Dioulasso to Bamako, graffiti started appearing on old walls. We speak for ourselves. No more quiet colonies. Ouagadougous, our Geneva. 3 weeks later, Ibrahim walked into a press room packed with local and international media. He wore no uniform, just a dark blue shirt and his signature red beret. He looked tired, but not weak. The microphones flickered to life. "I know what they're saying," he began. "That I'm radical, dangerous, that I say no too often." He looked into the cameras. "I say no to the men who sell my land with a handshake and a smile. I say no to the hand that offers gold, only to take my water. I say no to the lie that we are poor, because poverty is not the absence of money. It is the presence of theft." Cameras clicked like machine guns. "But I also say yes." He paused. "Yes to building our own pipelines, even if they take 10 times longer. Yes to African students writing the laws that govern African soil. Yes to speaking in our own languages, and making our own mistakes, and standing on our own legs, even when they tremble." The room erupted in applause, but he wasn't finished. "And if that makes me dangerous, then I am proud to be dangerous." Later that evening, Ibrahim returned to the street corner, where he had once stood as a soldier, watching a protest he could not join. Now children ran past him without knowing who he was, and he liked it that way. He sat on a bench, watched the market close, listened to the sound of people bargaining, breathing, surviving. Captain Yero sat beside him. "No security detail?" Yero asked. "No need," Ibrahim replied. "The people are awake now." Yero hesitated. "And what happens when they try again?" Ibrahim looked out at the last light on the horizon. "Then we remind them." "Of what?" He turned. "That Africa is not a corner to be bargained for. It's a continent that remembers." In a boardroom in Paris, a former ambassador read the morning briefing. The final line made him frown. "Ouagadougou is no longer responding to pressure." Aki dropped the report on the desk. "This changes everything," he said. No one responded, because in some places, silence isn't defeat, it's defiance. She arrived with a smile and a lens. She said she was here to tell Africa's story, to amplify forgotten voices, to uncover truth. But what no one realized was that the truth she was chasing wasn't for the world. It was for a file. She wasn't filming a documentary. She was mapping vulnerabilities. Her name was Isabelle Laurent. Light-skinned, sharp-featured, and fluent in French. She landed at Ouagadougou International Airport just after noon, with a tourist visa and a press badge clipped neatly to her blouse. The badge read Freelance, Europe Vision Media. She wore hiking boots that looked barely worn and carried a camera bag strapped across her shoulder. At customs, she smiled warmly and declared herself a journalist working on a story about African resilience in the face of global injustice. She mentioned President Ibrahim Traore by name, praising his courage. "It's not every day that you see an African leader who says no to colonial shadows," she said with a soft smile. Her French was local enough to feel familiar, but polished enough to pass for educated elite. People trusted her, and why wouldn't they? She was polite to guards. She handed out notebooks to school children. She paid vendors fairly in local markets. She photographed goats and sunsets, laughed at tea stalls, and complimented elderly women on their dresses. She visited churches, mosques, and community centers. She said she wanted to know the people, but her camera pointed in strange directions. Over the next 2 weeks, Isabel went where most journalists didn't bother to go. She filmed in border towns. She wandered near industrial train routes. She asked local guards offhand questions about truck schedules and how often patrols changed shifts. When one young soldier joked, "You're more curious than a colonel," she chuckled and replied, "That's what good journalists do, dig deep." At night, she stayed at a modest guest house on the outskirts of the city. No one ever saw her drink or socialize. She didn't post anything online. "I'm saving it for a documentary premiere in Europe," she told a curious receptionist. But no documentaries ever appeared. No articles published. No Instagram stories. Just silence. Then one evening, a telecom technician spotted her standing outside a fenced-off radio tower at dusk. She wasn't holding her camera. She was holding her phone, pointed directly at the signal relay. He didn't say anything, but he reported it, quietly. Within 24 hours, Burkina Faso's intelligence agency had eyes on her. They didn't arrest her, they didn't even question her. Instead, they watched. They cloned her SIM without touching her phone. They tracked her calls. Most went to Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Geneva. They mirrored her encrypted emails and began cataloging the footage she stored on cloud backups. What they found wasn't journalism. It was surveillance. Isabel had detailed files of rail shipment routes, troop movement patterns, and entry points around fuel depots and barracks. She had marked locations with drone tag precision, down to guard rotation times and blind spots. One file was labeled Z3, Access Weak South Gate. Another had the chilling note, Movement is predictable, Strike Window 03. It was military-grade recon. When President Ibrahim Traore saw the evidence for himself, he didn't panic. He didn't call for her arrest. He called for a camera crew. The next morning, an unexpected press event was announced at the presidential compound. It was labeled Special Briefing, Security and Sovereignty. No major international outlets were invited. Just a few local journalists and one late addition to the guest list. Isabel Laurent, freelance Europe Vision Media. She arrived early as usual, dressed in beige trousers, a light scarf, and the same badge clipped to her shirt. She walked in confidently. The guards nodded. One even smiled at her. She greeted them in perfect French. "I'm here for the president's press session," she said. They let her through. The room was bare. 6 chairs, a single microphone, and cameras already rolling. Isabel took a seat near the center and unpacked her notebook. Something felt off. There were no press kits, no translation headsets, no other foreigners. Still, she smiled. She didn't know what was coming. Isabel didn't know why the room felt so cold, but something in her gut told her this wasn't just another press briefing. The cameras were already rolling, pointed not just at the microphone, but also at the journalists. At her. She looked around for 5 other reporters, local, all familiar faces from community radio or state-run news. No foreign press, no interpreters, no press kits, no water bottles on the table. She adjusted her scarf, tried to remain calm. Her notebook sat open on her lap, a pen poised above it. She still believed this might be about a security update or perhaps an announcement on foreign policy. Maybe that's why she had been invited. Maybe they wanted an international lens on something serious. Maybe the door opened. President Ibrahim Traore entered the room without ceremony. No entourage, no fanfare, just the unmistakable presence of a man who had walked through fire and come out standing tall. He was in his military fatigues, not a tailored suit. He didn't smile, he didn't wave. He simply walked to the microphone. Isabel stood. "Mr. President," she said with a respectful nod. "It's an honor to..." He raised a hand gently, cutting her off. "You've asked many questions since arriving in our country, Ms. Laurent. Today, I will answer some. But first, I have questions of my own. The room fell completely silent. Isabel blinked. Of course, she said, her voice light but slightly off-pitch. That's what good journalism is. Dialogue. Traore turned slightly and nodded toward a soldier standing at the side of the room. The man stepped forward with a sealed folder, thick, heavy, the seal of the National Security Council stamped across the front. He placed it on the table beside the president and stepped back. Ms. Laurent, the president began. You have been in Burkina Faso for exactly 21 days. Is that correct? She nodded. Yes, Mr. President. In that time, you visited 10 civilian neighborhoods, 4 regional markets, and 9 military-adjacent locations. Is that also accurate? She hesitated. I visited areas where people live and work, yes. Some of them may have been near military sites. But you conducted interviews outside Camp Dauphana, Camp Cadel, and the restricted perimeter near the Western Fuel Depot. You asked guards questions about schedules, shipments, and gate timings. You filmed near Radio Tower. Isabel's mouth tightened. Sir, with respect, I document stories that others ignore. Security is part of life here. And is it also part of your job? Traore interrupted calmly. To send encrypted messages every night at 2 a.m. to servers based in Abidjan. She froze. Every muscle in her face locked for half a second before she managed a nervous laugh. I'm a journalist. We protect sources. Encryption is... We're not discussing protection, Traore said. We're discussing coordination. He motioned to the fold. Another soldier stepped forward, pulled out a photograph, and held it up. Isabel standing under dim light, laptop open, an encrypted mail client on screen. Another image, Isabel crouched near a restricted military tower with her phone raised. A third, a screenshot of her email exchange with a man listed by Burkina's intelligence as a known French intelligence contractor, operating under diplomatic cover in West Africa. The blood drained from Isabel's face. Traore stepped closer. Not aggressive, not angry, just deliberate. Do you deny sending these messages? She swallowed. I was gathering information. That's what journalists do. We ask hard questions, go places others don't. And when you labeled a file blind spot perimeter Z3, entry easiest between 0300 and 0345, what were you documenting, Ms. Laurent? The room was still. Not a camera flickered. Not a journalist blinked. Isabel opened her mouth, but no words came out. This is not an accusation without proof. Traore continued. This is not a guess. This is an exposure. Today, in front of our people, you will answer. She stared at him. This is a mistake. No, he said quietly. This is what clarity looks like. Another file was shown. This time a full-color satellite image marked with digital pins. Oil storage depots, rail intersections, security gaps. One pin read, wrote weak, bridge unsecured. Tell us, Traore said gently. When you came here with your camera, was it to understand our people or to map out how to break us? Isabel gripped her pen like it was a weapon, but it couldn't protect her. Not from this, not from the calm storm standing across from her. She had come thinking she was in control. She had underestimated the soil beneath her feet. Now the soil was speaking, and it had questioned. Isabel's fingers trembled as she set her pen down. The air in the room was thick, not with tension but with revelation. This wasn't just a confrontation. It was a stage, and she was no longer the one behind the camera. She was inside the frame, and the world was watching. President Ibrahim Traore didn't pace. He didn't shout. He stood still, steady as a mountain. Let us continue, he said. A soldier walked to the center of the room, carrying a slim black laptop. It was hers. Isabel's eyes widened. She hadn't even noticed it was missing. Last night, Traore said, you left your device charging in your guest house's dining area. Our team accessed it briefly. We did not alter anything. We merely opened a window to the truth. The screen turned on. The projector behind the president flickered to life. A file folder appeared. Z3 datasets. Inside were labeled videos, maps, audio logs. Some clips were recorded through a lens. Others were silent drone shots, taken from above, tracking convoy routes. troop deployments, and security patterns. One file played automatically. It was a recorded voice memo. Targets remain consistent. Convoy passes by checkpoint Delta. Every third night. Limited surveillance between 0300. Recommend further assessment for possible infiltration routes. Isabel's face flushed with disbelief. She hadn't meant for these files to surface. They were organized, time-stamped, and worse, cross-referenced. This wasn't just note-taking. It was operational. We found this file labeled for review. Traore said calmly. Côte d'Ivoire clean team. Gasps rippled through the room. One of the local reporters raised a hand, shocked. Is that the term for covert contractors? She whispered. But the mic picked it up anyway. Isabel's lips parted. Those were private notes. Research for future. For future what? Traore asked. An article? A documentary? Or a breach? Another file opened. This time an email chain. The subject line: Palace Perimeter South Entry Low Risk. Sent at 2:17 a.m. It read: surveillance minimal near West Gate. Recommend testing access late Thursday. Possible window shift change. Will confirm after drone scan. Signed with initials. IL. I didn't send that, Isabel said quickly. It's been faked. No, Traore replied. It's been retrieved and verified by independent analysts who traced it directly to your cloud account. You may deny the action, but you cannot deny the fingerprint. Her jaw tightened. All her exits were closing. This wasn't just a mistake. This was an operation gone wrong. You say you came to tell our story, Traore said, stepping forward. But everything you documented was about our weaknesses, our blind spots, our exposure. Isabel tried to interject, but Traore lifted his hand again, not harshly, just firmly. And now, he said, looking into the camera, we ask the people of Burkina Faso and the world, is this journalism? He let the silence sit. The camera's red light blinked softly. The journalist next to Isabel stared at her notebook but didn't write. One man from national radio had tears in his eyes. Another file opened. It showed Isabel's daily movement logs. All time-stamped, all aligned with classified transport operations. You walked beside our convoys, Traore said. Not to document them, but to time them. You recorded not voices, but vulnerabilities. Isabel stood up. Enough, she snapped. The calm veneer breaking. I was doing my job. Journalism isn't always clean and polite. Sometimes it requires proximity. You're trying to turn this into theater. Traore didn't raise his voice. He simply asked, then where are your articles, Miss Laurent? She blinked. You have been here 3 weeks. You have filmed everything. You have sent nightly reports. Yet no articles, no releases, no publications. Not a single line has appeared in Eurovision media or anywhere else. Her silence said everything. You didn't come to publish, he said. You came to extract. A few of the local journalists lowered their eyes. And with that, the president stepped back from the microphone. Escort her, he said quietly. 2 guards moved forward, but he raised a hand again, halting them. Not to a cell, he said. To the archives room. She will now watch what it means to truly tell a story. With truth, with courage, with the consent of the people. He turned back to her. Then she can decide if she still wants to call herself a journalist. Isabel said nothing as the guards approached. She picked up her bag, trembling. This wasn't an arrest. It was worse. It was exposure. The door closed behind her with a gentle but unmistakable click. Isabel sat alone in the presidential archives room. It was a plain space, just stone walls, a desk, and a screen. No guards, no handcuffs, no shouting. Just silence and the subtle weight of shame pressing on her chest. A screen in front of her lit up. It began playing a documentary produced by local Burkina Faso journalists. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't scripted. It showed farmers in dry fields planting despite drought, children learning under broken rooftops, nurses improvising with almost nothing, soldiers protecting roads while receiving barely enough to eat. It showed a nation not broken, but persevering. Then came the interviews. A grandmother in Kaya speaking about how she hadn't left her village in 30 years. a mechanic in Bobo Dioulasso teaching teens for free, a teacher spending his salary to buy chalk, a group of women building a well by hand because no one else would. The screen faded to black. Then the voice of President Traore came through, recorded but raw. They don't fear our weapons. They fear our awakening. They fear when Africans start telling their own story. Isabel stared at the screen, unmoving. She had spent her life behind cameras, crafting narratives, choosing what to reveal and what to hide. She'd walked into villages and markets thinking she saw everything. But now, for the first time, she realized how little she understood. She wasn't the storyteller anymore. She was the one being told. Then the door opened again. This time, it was Traore himself. He entered alone, carrying nothing but a small note. He walked slowly, his boots quiet on the concrete. Isabel stood instinctively, unsure if she was expected to speak. "You've watched it?" he asked. She nodded. "I made that documentary with a team of 3, he said. "One camera, one mic, and people who trusted us." Isabel's voice was quiet. "It's beautiful. It's real," he replied. "That's the difference." She didn't respond. "I didn't bring you here to humiliate you," he continued. "I brought you here to show you what you missed. You were trained to see weakness in dirt roads, chaos in unarmed guards, and fragility in unspoken pride. But what you didn't see was strength in silence, dignity in struggle. We are not your assignment, Miss Laurent. We are a nation." She looked down, ashamed. "I never meant to betray," he said, finishing for her. "Perhaps not at first, but your lens was never clean. Your eye was never neutral. You came to study us like a specimen, not a story." Her throat tightened. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I've already won," he said softly, "and I don't need to jail you to prove it." She stared at him, confused. Traore took a deep breath. "Your emails, your files, they've already been seen. The world knows what you came to do. But more importantly, they saw how we responded, with calm, with evidence, with truth." He handed her the notebook. It was hers, the same one she had used for 3 weeks in Burkina Faso. Notes, sketches, some questions scribbled in shorthand. "Keep it," he said, "so you remember what happens when you come looking for cracks and find unshakable ground instead." He turned to leave, but just before stepping out, he paused. "One more thing," he said, without turning around. "You may still write about Burkina Faso if you wish, but this time write about what you saw after the mirror turned." And then he walked out. Isabel remained frozen in place, clutching the notebook, unsure whether she had just been spared or rewritten. By dusk, the press room was empty. The lights dimmed, the chairs stacked, and the podium cleared. But across the continent, the moment lived on. The video of Isabel Laurent's exposure had hit the internet before the press room door had even closed. It began with just 40 seconds. President Ibrahim Traore standing in uniform, speaking into the camera with calm precision. His voice was steady, his words unforgettable. "She came for stories, but now she is the story." The clip went viral within hours. Across West Africa, on TikTok, WhatsApp, and Telegram, viewers reshared the confrontation with captions like "Africa is awake." "He didn't yell, but he crushed her, and this is how you protect your country." In Ghana, students painted a mural of Traore on a university wall with the words, "Our silence was not blindness." In Nigeria, an FM station aired the audio on loop. Traore's calm voice, Isabel's silence, the sound of truth settling in the room. In Mali, a group of young women recreated the moment as street theater, drawing a crowd of hundreds. In their version, the spy was faceless, nameless, symbolizing the long history of manipulation behind pretty words and expensive cameras. But it wasn't just Africa watching. In Paris, France's Ministry of Foreign Affairs released a cautious statement: "We are monitoring the situation and expect our citizens to be treated with due process." They didn't mention the evidence. They didn't deny the data. They didn't even name Isabel Laurent, because they could. Back in Burkina Faso, the streets were alive with conversation. In marketplaces, women played the clip on their phones between transactions. In schools, teachers played it for students as an example of how to lead without raising your voice. In military barracks, soldiers stood taller, prouder, The phrase "we see you now" was everywhere. Spray painted on concrete walls, printed on t-shirts, whispered in coffee shops and shouted on university steps. Not a cry of vengeance, but a declaration of clarity. Isabelle Laurent remained in Burkina Faso for another week, not as a prisoner, but as a person undergoing the rarest kind of trial, one of conscience. She was not placed in a cell, no cuffs, no headlines about deportation. She was placed in contact. She spent the days meeting the very people she once documented with clinical detachment. A village teacher, a war widow, a young girl who dreamed of becoming a pilot but had never seen a plane. They didn't yell at Isabelle. They didn't throw her out. They simply told her the truth of their lives, this time on their own terms. And she listened. One evening, seated on the same porch where she had taken dozens of photos in silence, Isabelle turned on her camera one last time, not to collect, but to confess. She filmed herself, no edits, no filters. I came here thinking I was seeing Africa, but I was only seeing my own reflection. I was trained to look for cracks in nations like this, but now I see the cracks were in me. She paused, took a breath. This isn't the documentary I intended to make, but it's the one I owe. The video went online. It didn't go viral, but it didn't need to. It was shared quietly, respectfully by Burkina Faso citizens who said, "She finally saw us." When she boarded her flight home, no cameras waited at the gate, no protests, no chants, just a silent respect from those who had every reason to turn her away, but instead gave her something rarer than forgiveness: understanding. As the plane lifted off from Ouagadougou International Airport, Isabelle looked out the window and whispered 4 words she hadn't said before. "I see you now." And somewhere in the distance, across villages and cities, over radios and screens, the response had already begun to echo back. "We saw you first." In the early hours of a smoky dawn in Ouagadougou, the air felt like it carried secrets. President Ibrahim Traore stood on the palace balcony, watching the haze rise from distant cooking fires. His military uniform, crisp as always, barely moved in the still wind. The city looked peaceful, but he knew better. Something was wrong. He'd learned to read the silence. Long before he led a nation, he had led men through ambushes and uprisings. When things got too quiet, it never meant peace. It meant plotting, the kind of plotting done behind closed doors over clinking glasses and under the illusion of loyalty. His instincts had been screaming for weeks. Operations were failing without explanation. Security details were compromised. Arms caches had been raided with uncanny precision. At first, it looked like coincidence, but there were too many coincidences for comfort. Someone was feeding information to the enemy. Someone close. Then came the note, slid under his door in the dead of night, unsigned, typed. Only one line: "Your shadow smiles with knives." He didn't need riddles to know what it meant. Someone in his inner circle, someone who dined with him, laughed with him, maybe even prayed with him, was betraying him. The idea alone turned his blood cold. That morning, he summoned Captain Salia Nindr, young, razor-sharp, and loyal to the bone. Salia had once uncovered a sleeper cell operating under a bakery front in the west. Ibrahim didn't trust many, but he trusted Salia. "I need you quiet and unseen," Ibrahim said, his voice like gravel. "Start with my war council. No arrest. Just watch. Listen." "Yes, sir," Salia replied, already alert. Within 48 hours, patterns emerged. Meetings that should have been closed had unknown visitors. Messages scheduled to go through military channels were rerouted strangely. But it wasn't enough for a name, until the map went missing. A detailed, top-secret military map outlining troop movements in the northern sector. Locked in the Red Vault, only 5 people had access. One of them was General Pascal Dembélé, a towering figure, often seen by Ibrahim's side during national addresses. A man once shot during an ambush meant for Ibrahim. A man Ibrahim would have died for. But trust had limits, and evidence didn't lie. Salia installed surveillance in Dembélé's office, tiny, silent, invisible. 3 nights later, the feed caught something. Dembele unlocking his safe, removing a folder. Minutes later, a visitor, civilian clothes, French accent. No name on record. A handshake, then the folder passed hands. The room's mic caught it all. The president leaves for Kaya on Thursday. Dembele whispered, "That's your window." The betrayal was complete. Ibrahim sat in the situation room, eyes locked on the screen, replaying the scene. He didn't blink, didn't curse, just stared like a man looking through time. "He was my brother," he said finally. "I carried his blood on my hands." Captain Salia said nothing. He understood this wasn't just about intelligence leaks. It was about loyalty, about love turned into a weapon. The room felt heavier. "We wait," Ibrahim said. "We don't arrest him. We follow." For 3 days, Dembele acted like nothing had changed. He briefed the president on operation. He cracked jokes. He asked about Ibrahim's daughter's school performance, all while planning his death. Salia's team tracked Dembele to a safe house on Rue d'Agna. Cameras caught 3 visitors over 2 nights. 1 Italian, 1 German, 1 whose face the AI couldn't identify, but all with briefcases, all leaving with folders. Then something new. A new name entered the mix. Lieutenant Kosi Mensah, the palace communications officer. He'd been routing presidential calls for over a year. Trusted, quiet, invisible. Salia watched as Kosi delivered an encrypted drive to Dembele. When asked what it was, Kosi simply replied, "Instruction." At midnight, Ibrahim met with Salia under the old watchtower behind the palace, just like the revolution days. "We have them," Salia said. "Good," Ibrahim replied. "Let's set the trap." The sun was setting over Ouagadougou, painting the palace walls in hues of deep amber and gold. Inside the situation room, the tension was electric. President Ibrahim Traore stood with arms crossed, staring at the layout of the safe house projected on the wall. The time had come to strike. "Tonight," he said. "No uniforms, no sirens, only shadows." Captain Salia Nandri nodded. "I've assembled the team. All vetted, all silent." Ibrahim looked to the map. The target was a 2-story structure disguised as a rehabilitation clinic. Nestled between a bakery and a hardware store, it was the last place anyone would expect foreign agents to hide. But intelligence was clear. The enemies weren't coming. They were already here. At 1:37 hours, the operation began. 3 unmarked black vehicles rolled silently through the capital. No headlights, no radios. Inside, soldiers dressed like civilians, armed with suppressed weapons and encrypted comms. Captain Salia rode in the lead car, eyes focused, pulse steady. In the back seat sat Lieutenant Kosi Mensah, wrists bound, mouth taped, betrayal in his eyes. They had taken him hours earlier at the palace, just after he made a coded call to Dembele. He didn't resist. He knew the game was over. They brought him not as a prisoner but as bait. At the safe house, lights were off. A faint glow from the second-floor window was the only sign of life. From across the street, Ibrahim and Salia watched through binoculars. "Thermals show 3 inside." Salia whispered, "4th one just arrived." Ibrahim's jaw tensed. That would be Dembele. They waited until the handoff began. From their vantage point, they saw shadows move, briefcases exchanged. A screen flickering with maps, that was the cue. "Go," Ibrahim said. The strike was fast. A battering charge, doors smashed open. Inside, the agents didn't even have time to reach their weapons. The room was filled with screams, curses in multiple languages, and the cold steel of Burkina Faso rifles. Dembele stood in the corner, stunned. He didn't fight, didn't speak, until he saw Ibrahim walk in. The president stepped through the door with no armor, no escort, just steel in his gaze. The room fell silent. "You?" Dembele asked, his voice cracking. "You," Ibrahim replied, voice like a hammer. "You handed them our blood." Dembele looked down, but not in shame, in calculation. "I saved us," he said calmly. "You're too proud to admit what it cost to run this country. You sold us," Ibrahim growled. "The world was going to take it anyway," Dembele hissed. I gave them what they were going to steal. In return, I bought us peace. Peace, Ibrahim echoed. There's no peace bought with betrayal. With that, Dembele was removed, silent and shackled. 3 foreign agents followed, 2 with diplomatic passports, 1 with none at all. Their names didn't matter anymore. Their mission had failed. Back at the palace, Dembele was taken to a soundproof holding room, deep beneath the Ministry of Internal Security. The air down there was cold, dry, final. The next morning, Ibrahim called an emergency council. There were only 6 men in the room. None knew why they were there, only that the president had summoned them personally. He placed a single folder on the table. Inside, photos, surveillance transcripts, payment records, audio clips, all from the last 6 months, all pointing to General Pascal Dembele and his network. I brought you here, Ibrahim began, because every one of you fought beside me, because you bled for this flag. Now you'll help me protect it. He opened the floor. The reactions were mixed. Shock, anger. One man cried, but no one denied the evidence. Ibrahim's eyes swept across the table. Dembele is not the end. He's the key. There are more and I want them. That's when Captain Celia brought in the second piece. Kasi Mensah, no longer a threat, now an informant. He spoke slowly, fearfully. Every word confirmed what the documents suggested. For nearly a year, the network had been growing, connecting foreign intelligence officers, political opposition members, and even low-ranking guards. Their goal: topple Ibrahim before the elections and reinstall a foreign-aligned regime. They want the gold back, Kasi said. The land, the power. You scared them when you kicked out the troops. Ibrahim nodded. Then let's scare them more. And just like that, a new plan was born. The plan was simple. Make them believe the game was still theirs. For 3 days, General Dembele sat alone in his cell beneath the Ministry of Internal Security. No clock, no sunlight, no sound but his own breathing and the occasional hum of fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, he didn't sleep, but he thought and waited. President Ibrahim Traore had no intention of letting him rot. Instead, he wanted Dembele to become a weapon. In the war of shadows, truth wasn't always the sharpest sword. Lies well placed, well timed, could cut deeper than bullets. Captain Celia entered the cell on the 3rd day with a chair and a folder. Dembele glanced up, his eyes bloodshot, but alert. We're not here for revenge, Celia said. We're here to win. Dembele chuckled softly. You already have me. What more do you need? We need your pipeline, Celia replied. You don't matter to them now. You're just a burned piece. But if they think you're still in play, we can use that. Dembele looked at the folder. Inside were photographs, his meetings, the money, the briefcase. Next to them were stills of foreign agents now detained. Ibrahim doesn't want a public trial, Celia said. He wants the real network. Every node, every fund, every whisper. Dembele said nothing. Then quietly, I want a deal, Celia nodded. Talk first. So he talked. By nightfall, the operation had a name, Falcon Nest. And at the center of the operation was a diplomat named Victor Ellis, currently stationed at the French Cultural Mission. Clean on paper, affable in public, fluent in 5 languages, and a ghost after midnight. Dembele described the system. Ellis ran the core. He coordinated logistics, laundered funds through NGO projects, and distributed assignments using courier drops disguised as consular pouches. His most valuable recruit, a man named Sergeant Ibrahim Diallo, embedded deep in the intelligence division. Diallo had access to encryption keys, satellite feeds, and internal counterintelligence reports. He was invisible because he had never been caught making a mistake. Until now. At midnight, Sergeant Diallo was brought into a secure black site and placed under observation. He didn't know he had been compromised. Not yet. The next morning, a fake report was seeded into the system. A fabricated military convoy scheduled to pass through the Kamanjari province, carrying experimental tech from Russia. It was bait. Ellis took it. Within 6 hours, a coded message left the cultural mission. 2 hours later, Diallo accessed the exact convoy route. That was the proof. Ibrahim stood at the edge of the war room table, watching a red dot blink on the map. It pulsed steadily. The trap was working. "We leak a few more fake ops," he said. "Then we let them make their move." The deception began. Over the next 4 days, Ibrahim's team fed the Ellis network false information. Fake arms deals, non-existent troop withdrawals, staged fuel shortages. Diallo acted like clockwork, delivering every piece to Ellis. Every message was tracked, every delivery logged. The agents had no idea they were being led through a maze of smoke and mirrors. But it wasn't enough to trap them. Ibrahim wanted to expose them. He needed one more push, something that couldn't be denied. A confession in action. That night, Dembele suggested something bold. "Let me meet Ellis again," he said. "He won't trust anyone else." Ibrahim stared at him for a long moment. "If you try to flip this," Dembele raised his hand. "I've seen the end. I know which side I'm on now." Against Salia's instincts, the plan was approved. They wired Dembele with a nano mic, implanted a signal tracker under his skin, and assigned a sniper team to cover every rooftop around the meeting site, an abandoned train station east of the city. The time 22 hours. One night, one move, one troop. The abandoned train station looked like a graveyard of rusted steel and forgotten promises. Cracked windows stared down like hollow eyes. Rats scurried through weeds growing between the rails. To anyone else, it was a relic of a lost era. But tonight, it was a battlefield made of silence. At 21:58, General Dembele stepped out of the black car, his coat pulled tight against the wind. He looked around, not just with his eyes, but with a soldier's instinct. Everything about him screamed calm, but beneath that still surface, his heart was pounding like a war drum. His mic was live. "We have audio," whispered a voice in Captain Salia's earpiece. Salia crouched with his team in an abandoned signal tower, sniper rifles trained on every possible entrance. On a rooftop 300 meters away, a second team monitored radio frequency. President Ibrahim Traore, wrapped in a civilian jacket, stood in a darkened van listening to every breath. At 22:01, Victor Ellis arrived. No escort, no armor, just him in a charcoal gray coat, a briefcase in hand, and the kind of confidence that only men with deep protection could wear. He walked like a diplomat, but his eyes, sharp, predatory, belonged to something colder. "Pascal," he greeted. "You're late. Had to be careful," Dembele replied, voice steady. Ellis set the briefcase on a rusted bench. "They're nervous in Paris. They want results." Dembele nodded. "And they'll get them." He pulled out a folder full of fake documents. Ibrahim's team had spent 3 nights forging. Military deployments, fuel maps, and a speech Ibrahim would allegedly give at an open-air rally in Kaya. Ellis flipped through it slowly. "This better be accurate." "It's real," Dembele said. Ellis paused, watching him. "They say you were caught." Dembele didn't flinch. "They say a lot of things. And Kossi, dead, car crash. That's the story." Ellis smirked. "Convenient." The tension in the air thickened. A gust of wind rattled a loose metal sheet overhead. Dembele stood firm, but inside, he knew he was seconds away from death, either by Ellis or by failure. "I want to know what happens after Kaya," Ellis said. Dembele hesitated. "You'll have it, that's the plan." Ellis leaned in. "The extraction must be clean. No body, no trace. We want him gone before the elections. And if you can't do it, we have someone inside who can." That was it. The signal phrase. The confirmation there were still moles inside the palace, still threats unknown. Ibrahim, hearing it live, clenched his fists. Ellis continued. "You'll get the rest of the payment once he disappears." Then Ellis reached into his coat. Salia's voice snapped. "He's reaching." Snipers steadied. Fingers hovered over triggers, but Ellis only pulled out a phone. He scrolled, then held it up. A photograph of Ibrahim, taken just 36 hours earlier, standing outside his daughter's school. Dembele didn't blink, but the rage behind his eyes almost cracked the mask. "That's the target," Ellis whispered. "No mistakes." Dembele nodded once. "Understood." Ibrahim's voice came through the comms. Move. In an instant, the station erupted. Floodlights burst on. Snipers shouted. Boots stormed in. Ellis turned to run, but was met with a rifle to the chest. "Don't move," barked Captain Sully. Within 10 seconds, Ellis was face down, zip-tied and stunned. A French diplomat, caught not with words but with evidence. In his pocket, 2 encrypted flash drives, a burner phone, and a list of codenames including Falcon, Monsoon, and Ivory. The others would fall soon. Back at the palace, Ibrahim didn't celebrate. He stood still, watching the live feed go dark. It wasn't over. Not yet. He turned to Sulliya through the comms. "We know there's another mole." "Yes, sir," Sulliya replied. Ellis said, "Someone inside. We flushed them out." By morning, teams raided 3 locations. In a luxury villa outside Ouaga, they arrested a woman posing as a trade advisor, actually a covert handler working for foreign interests. In the countryside, a low-level officer was caught trying to flee with a satellite radio and $40,000 in cash. But the last one, the final traitor, was still hiding. Ibrahim walked alone that evening to the rooftop of Kozium Palace. The sky was heavy with clouds, but he could see far beyond the markets, the streets, the schools, the pain. One more snake, one more shadow, and the war would be complete. The palace felt colder than usual. President Ibrahim Traore walked slowly through the marble halls of Koziam, flanked by silence. He had spent most of his life on battlefields, open ones with guns and dust. But the war he faced now was different. It didn't shout, it whispered, and it always came from the places closest to the heart. There was still one more traitor. Ellis had confirmed it. Someone inside, someone with access, precision, and patience. But who? Ibrahim had already narrowed the list to 4 names. 4 men and women he had once trusted like blood. They were loyal, brave, and tested. Or so he had thought. Now one of them was preparing to finish what Ellis had failed to do. Captain Sulliya entered the room carrying a thin file. "We've run facial, phone, and access logs. One anomaly," he said, handing the file over. "Her name is Major Amira Tamba." Ibrahim frowned. Ibrahim frowned. Ibrahim frowned. Ibrahim frowned. Ibrahim frowned. Ibrahim Sulliya sombered him during the border conflicts in the east. Saved lives. Took a bullet for a civilian boy. She was now overseeing logistics for the presidential security convoy. A position of complete access. "She's clean on every audit," Sulliya added. But one transmission left the palace an hour before the Kaya rally was announced. A transmission only Amira had clearance to send. Ibrahim said nothing. He walked to the window and looked down at the courtyard. Soldiers marched in formation, guards saluted. And somewhere in the same building, a ghost wore a friend's face. He turned to Sulliya. "Bring her in, no cuffs, no force." Ibrahim arrived 10 minutes later, calm, composed. Her uniform perfect. "Mr. President," she said with a nod. "Amira," Ibrahim said, motioning for her to sit. "We've come far, haven't we?" She smiled slightly. "We have." He placed the folder on the table between them. "You know what this is?" Her eyes flicked to it, then back to him. "I have an idea." He studied her. "You saved my life once." She looked away. "And now you believe I'm trying to end it." There was no anger in her voice. No fear either. "Not you," Ibrahim said, "but someone you became." Silence settled between them like fog. "I never wanted it to be like this," Amira whispered. "But the day you took the gold from their hands, they called me. At first it was just talk, then money, then promises. I thought, if I played both sides, maybe I could protect something. And what did they promise you?" She looked him in the eye. "To let us live, to leave us something." Ibrahim leaned back. "They never leave anything. They only take." Tears welled in her eyes. "I didn't know who to protect anymore." "I do," he said firmly. "The people." Then his tone changed. "And now you'll help protect them too." She looked up, confused. "You'll send one final message to their handlers," he said. "Tell them you've prepared a new extraction window. We'll be waiting." Amira's lips parted, uncertain. "You trust me to do that?" "No," Ibrahim replied. but I trust that you want redemption." That night, the message was sent. The bait, an alleged security lapse in the northern region, a vulnerable convoy, a perfect window for assassination or abduction, exactly the kind of opportunity foreign operatives couldn't ignore. By dawn, a strike team landed in secrecy just outside Bobo Dioulasso, dressed as humanitarian workers, armed, ruthless. But this time the lion was awake. As the convoy moved, Ibrahim sat inside the third vehicle, unmarked, shielded, flanked by elite units. The moment the attackers struck, the trap snapped shut. The firefight was short. 4 agents were captured. 2 others died in a ditch, behind a mango grove. Inside their packs were IDs, maps, and final instructions. Remove the president before the election. Back at the palace, Emira was placed in protective custody, not as a prisoner, but as someone who had seen the edge and stepped back. "I never asked for forgiveness," she told Ibrahim, "and I never gave it," he said, "but I believe in second chance." That night, Ibrahim went on national television. No script, no flags behind him, no ceremony. He stood at a plain podium, wearing his soldier's jacket, dust still on his boots. His voice was steady. "Tonight I speak not as your president," he began, "but as your brother. We have walked through a fire, and we did not burn. They came for our gold, our land, our voices. They sent traitors in suits, and soldiers dressed as aid." He paused, "But they forgot something." His eyes locked onto the camera. "They forgot this land doesn't kneel." From villages to cities, radios and phones lit up. People clapped. Some cried. Elders nodded in solemn pride. "I will protect this country," he said, raising his right hand. "With my breath, with my blood, and I will never bow." Outside, a storm brewed in the sky, but inside every Burkina Faso heart, there was calm. The lion was not just alive. He was watching, and no one would dare strike again. Somewhere above the Gulf of Guinea, 11:46 a.m., the presidential jet, Freedom 1, was cruising at 38,000 feet. The skies were clear, and everything felt deceptively calm. President Ibrahim Traore sat near the front of the aircraft, flipping through a classified dossier marked E as only, Alpha Black. His eyes scanned a disturbing line that kept repeating in his head: "Operation Last Silence initiated. Eliminate central node before confirmation protocol expires." The language was vague, coded, but Ibrahim had been in intelligence long before politics. He knew what it meant. He was the central node, and the protocol. A kill order. Across the aisle, Aminata Keita, his most trusted intelligence officer, watched him carefully. Her instincts were sharp, and right now they were screaming. She leaned in, voice low. "You read it too?" He nodded slowly. "They want me dead before noon. I just don't know who they are yet." Aminata's gaze drifted subtly to the rear of the jet. 6 military escorts were on board. All were personally selected, yet something felt wrong. The tension in the air wasn't just altitude pressure. It was the kind of cold silence that came before a thunderclap. "I checked our manifest," she whispered. 2 of the guards were last-minute replacements. No background logs in our encrypted system. Ibrahim didn't respond. He simply unlatched the safety from the Glock hidden in the armrest compartment. Suddenly, the jet banked slightly, too sharply for standard autopilot. "Captain, report," Ibrahim called into the intercom. Static. "Then, sir, this is Flight Officer Dembele. The pilot is dead." Dead silence. "What do you mean dead?" Ibrahim barked. "He just collapsed." Blood came from his mouth. "The co-pilots locked the cockpit and isn't responding." Aminata's eyes widened. "They've started it. We're in the air, isolated, and they've taken control of the jet." Ibrahim rose quickly, voice steady but urgent. "Seal this cabin, lock the inner doors. Assume everyone is a hostile, unless proven otherwise." The 2 guards at the back stood and drew weapons, but not in defense. They aimed at the president. Betrayal. Shots rang out. Aminata dropped low and returned fire before Ibrahim even flinched. One guard dropped instantly. The other took cover behind a bulkhead. Chaos erupted as the remaining guards scrambled. It was an ambush midair.
We have to reach the cockpit.
Aminata shouted. No, Ibrahim said.
Bog.
They'll expect that. We take control of the electrical core. Beneath the cabin, he ripped open a floor panel beneath the seating area, revealing wires and a maintenance tunnel barely wide enough for one. As gunfire lit the cabin, Ibrahim and Aminata slipped below deck into the belly of the plane. It was dark, cramped, loud with the whirring of the aircraft's systems. Above them, bullets pinged off the floor panels. Below them, betrayal crackled like electricity.
Ibrahim.
Aminata gasped. You do realize this was a kill box. They planned this for months, he grunted.
Then we flipped the trap.
Who's tracking the jet? Every satellite in the West thinks you're on a diplomatic mission to Dakar. No one knows we diverted south, not even our Security Council. They didn't want witnesses, he muttered. They wanted the silence permanent. Aminata handed him a satellite phone. If we can trigger the emergency transponder, someone will know we're not on course. But the signal room is sealed. Suddenly, the fuselage shuddered. A dull boom echoed through the plane. They're trying to blow it midair. Aminata shouted. They can't risk a failed kill. They're escalating. Then came the voice. A voice on the internal speaker. Cold, unemotional. This is Operative Blacklight. The president is now classified as terminated. Protocol Lambda will commence. Clear the aircraft in 6 minutes. It was an execution countdown. And the man speaking wasn't Burkina Faso.
He was Western.
The accent was unmistakable. American.
Ibrahim's blood boiled.
They were going to frame this as an accident. A press release was probably already written. Traore dead in a tragic malfunction. Africa would be shocked, then silenced, then reshaped, unless he grabbed the emergency fuse panel and shorted 2 wires. Sparks burst and the plane shuddered again.
Lights flickered.
Oxygen masks dropped.
What are you doing?
Aminata cried, leveling the cabin pressure. We're going to force a breach. You're going to crash the jet.
Oh.
I'm going to land it, manually. He shoved open a hatch leading to the lower avionics bay. There was a backup override lever there, linked to the rudder and flaps. If he could tilt the nose just enough, the plane dropped slightly. Above them, shouts. Chaos. The attackers had lost engine control, but not cabin access. Suddenly, the hatch burst open above. A soldier dropped in, blade drawn. Aminata fired, missed. The man lunged. Ibrahim caught the knife midair, slamming the attacker against the steel wall. A savage punch knocked the man unconscious. He panted, blood now running from a cut on his face. Where do you want to die, Aminata? He asked. She didn't blink. Nowhere. Good answer.
He flipped the last switch.
And the plane began to descend. Altitude 17,400 feet, descending fast. 12:08 p.m. Sparks rained as Ibrahim Traore slammed his fist against the manual rudder override. The presidential jet groaned like a dying beast, its frame shuddering as the flaps twitched under partial manual control. Descent angle is too steep, Aminata warned, clutching the wall for balance. You're going to lose lift. I'd rather crash into the jungle than be executed in the sky. A red warning light flashed. Cabin override denied. The cockpit was still locked down by whoever Operative Blacklight was. Ibrahim gritted his teeth. We're locked out of full flight control. We need to reset from the main avionics deck, but it's behind the weapons storage hatch, and 3 enemies are still on board. 4, including the co-pilot. A sudden clang above them. Someone had dropped into the lower level. Aminata didn't hesitate. She pulled her backup pistol and fired into the darkness. A grunt, then a crash. The sound of a body collapsing beside a cable reel. She reloaded calmly. 3. Ibrahim shook his head. Remind me never to doubt you. Remind me to get better shoes next time we fight a war on a plane. They crawled forward through the tunnel. At the end of the shaft, a hatch pulsed with red light. Armory locked. Ibrahim yanked open a control box beside it, exposing fiber optic cabling and manual seals. He glanced at Aminata. Cover me. Then he began rewiring the interface from memory. 10 seconds later, the lock clicked. The hatch slid open, revealing a narrow room stacked with small arms. emergency gear, and a hardwired comms terminal. Bingo. But standing right there, holding an MP7 and a stun grenade, was another traitor, one of the guards, face half lit by red emergency glow. "Don't move," he said, voice calm. Ibrahim slowly raised his hands, eyes steady. "You really think you're walking off this plane? You're not walking off anything. They don't want you martyred. They want you forgotten." But the moment he blinked, Aminata slammed the hatch door against his arm, causing him to drop the grenade. Ibrahim tackled him, knocking the MP7 loose. The grenade clanked to the floor, rolling. A flashbang exploded, deafening white light. Both Traore and Aminata stumbled back, ears ringing, vision blurred. Through the haze, the guard rose again, but this time, Ibrahim didn't hesitate. 3 shots, center mass. The body crumpled. Aminata regained her balance and grabbed the MP7. One thing's clear, this isn't about one country. This was a kill order from the top of someone else's government. Ibrahim connected the comms cable to the avionics deck. "Then let's show them they failed." He typed in the override sequence, "Secure transponder, online. Distress signal sent, Burkina 1 Alpha, escalation elsewhere, U.S. Military listening station, Atlantic Coast 12:14 p.m. GMTA. Loud ping echoed through the monitoring room. "Sir, we just received a scramble alert from a presidential aircraft. Code Burkina 1 Alpha." The colonel in charge turned slowly. "That plane was marked as lost 15 minutes ago. Apparently it's still flying, and someone just activated the transponder override manually." A long silence. Then he picked up a phone. "Get me Langley. Now." Back on the jet, altitude, 13,700 feet, location, over southeastern Ghanaian forest line. "Well, we have 12 minutes before fuel runs out," Aminata said, scanning the screen. "We can't land this jet from here." "Oh, we don't have to. Just get us low enough to jump." She turned to him slowly. "You're joking. I have a chute stashed in the rear compartment." "Oh!" "Emergency protocol from the 2022 coup. Didn't think I'd ever use it." "Do we have two?" Ibrahim paused. Aminata gave him a cold stare. "If you even think of jumping and leaving me here, I will shoot you in the back before we hit the trees." He cracked a grin. "Noted." They raced back toward the rear bay. As they neared the cargo hold, a single beep echoed from above. "Explosive timers active," Aminata shouted. They dove just as the first of 2 microcharges detonated above the tail. Flames erupted across the ceiling. The fire suppression system kicked in, but smoke filled the bay. "We have 60 seconds before the second charge," Ibrahim barked, pulling open a hidden compartment. 2 chutes. He tossed one to Aminata, buckling the other to his vest. "You ready to fall out of the sky?" Wasn't planning on dying in a suit today anyway. They sprinted to the cargo ramp. Behind them, another figure stumbled through the smoke. The final attacker, burned and wild-eyed, rifle raised. "I will finish what I was paid for," he screamed. Ibrahim shoved Aminata out the bay door. "Now," then spun and tackled the man into the flames. They struggled, fists and fire crashing into the side bulkhead. The plane tilted wildly. Ibrahim felt the heat burn into his shoulder. Then he grabbed a flare gun from the wall and fired. The flare exploded against the man's chest, engulfing him in fire. He screamed, falling back into the inferno. Ibrahim ran. Smoke now choked the bay. His lungs screamed. Alarms blared. He clipped in, ran to the edge, and jumped. 12:27 p.m., altitude 5,200 feet, over the forest of Tano River Basin. Wind howled past his ears as he free fell through a boiling sky. Flames from the doomed aircraft lit up the clouds above him like some twisted sun. Then his parachute deployed. A violent jolt, and then silence. He floated slowly downward, the earth rising beneath him, green and endless. Through the canopy he spotted another chute. Aminata's drifting far to the west. He spoke into the comm clipped to his collar. Aminata's status. Her voice crackled in. Alive, altitude dropping, no injuries. Good, regroup. Then we disappear. He looked back once. In the sky, the jet banked hard, out of control, flames trailing, and exploded in the horizon. And just like that, the world would believe. President Ibrahim Traore was dead. but for the first time he was truly free to fight back. Tano River Basin, Ghana-Burkina border, 1:04 p.m. The forest was alive with sound. Birds shrieked overhead, branches creaked with the weight of heat, and far in the distance, too far for comfort, helicopter rotors chopped the air. President Ibrahim Traore had hidden his parachute under brush and soaked his clothes in river mud to mask his thermal signature. A jagged branch had torn his shoulder open during the descent, but adrenaline dulled the pain. He limped through the undergrowth with only a hunting knife, a burnt comm unit, and a will harder than steel. He was no longer a head of state. He was now the most wanted man in West Africa. He moved quietly, navigating by memory and instinct. 20 clicks northeast was an abandoned field station once used by Sahel resistance units during the 2015 insurgencies. If it still stood, it could serve as a hideout. A crow's cry echoed, 3 short bursts. He froze. That was a signal, friendly or not. He crouched beneath a mangled fig tree, knife poised. Then a whisper, Ibrahim. He knew that voice. Aminata. She emerged from a thicket, scratched, sweating, but alive. They embraced briefly, then went silent again. They scrambled recon drones an hour ago, she whispered. I had to duck under a waterfall to evade infrared. Any sight of locals? None. But I intercepted a signal burst. Whoever hired those men on the plane, they've activated a cleanup team. He nodded. They'll be here by sundown. And they're not just hunting us, they want evidence erased. That includes our bodies. Then we give them something to chase. By 2:30 p.m., they reached the ruins of the field station, a stone shelter covered in moss and vines. The satellite dish had collapsed long ago, but the underground storage bunker was intact. Inside they found supplies, sealed rations, medical gear, a rusted but operational radio. Aminata patched together the comm unit, while Ibrahim stitched his shoulder with surgical thread and no anesthetic. He never flinched. We need proof, she said. Something that connects this to their chain of command. I have the Alpha Black dossier, he replied. They'll assume it was destroyed in the crash, but it's on a microchip stitched into my jacket's lining. She smiled. You never trust the cloud, do you? Never trust anything that doesn't bleed. Aminata activated the radio's long-range frequency, crackling. Then a voice Burkina Sierra command. This is Echo Dawn. Confirm identity. She tapped in a code. Echo Dawn transmitting from Zone Red. Priority 1. Ghost protocol active. Repeat. President Traore is alive. A pause. Then copy that. Sierra Command en route. Estimated contact in 6 hours. Extraction pending verification. Ibrahim stood. 6 hours. That's longer than we'll have. 4:02 p.m. 3 miles south. The cleanup team moved with clinical efficiency. 6 men in dark fatigues, unmarked gear, American accents. Their leader wore a headset and spoke in clipped tones. Thermal spike detected near grid 44A. Likely bunker, proceeding silent. They left no footprints, no heat trails, no trace. They weren't soldiers, they were erasers. 5:39 p.m. Back at the station, Aminata and Ibrahim had laid traps, wire snares, claymore rigged from old shells, and silent alarms made from tin and string. But time was running thin. I hacked a U.S. defense satellite and rerouted its feed. Aminata said breathlessly. I only got 60 seconds of access, but I recorded it. She held up a flash drive, clear footage of the operative who gave the kill order. Facial match, Langley contractor. American special ops. Ibrahim's face hardened. The world thinks I died in a malfunction, but now we have their face, their voice, their command trace. We leak this, she said, and everything changes. First we survive, he replied. An explosion rocked the west perimeter. They're here. The first attacker tripped the claymore. His body vaporized before he screamed. 2 others went flanking through the trees, only to hit tripwires. Shouts, gunfire, chaos in the jungle. Ibrahim moved like a panther, silent and swift. He tackled one agent into a ravine, slashing his neck before he hit the bottom. Aminata shot another through the eye, cold, clean, and unflinching. Only 2 remained, and they were good. The leader fired 3 shots. One grazed Aminata's leg. She went down behind a tree. Ibrahim burst from the brush and knocked the man down. But the final soldier tackled him from the side. They rolled in the mud, fists flying, knives clashing. Orders were to make you disappear. The soldier growled. Then you shouldn't have missed. Ibrahim spat and drove the blade upward. The last man turned, and Aminata, bleeding but upright, put a bullet in his chest. Silence. Only the birds remained. 6:41 p.m. The extraction chopper came low and silent, its spotlight barely cutting through the dusk. A secret base loyal to Traore had sent the pilot under ghost protocol. As they lifted off, Aminata collapsed beside Ibrahim in the back seat. She whispered, "Still think it's over." He looked out the window, flames rising from the jungle. "No," he said, "it's just beginning." He clutched the flash drive in one hand. The truth was finally in his grip. Undisclosed military base, northern Burkina Faso, 7:25 a.m. The next morning, the base was buried under earth and silence. A relic from the Cold War, long forgotten by official maps, but maintained by loyalists for one purpose: resurrection. President Ibrahim Traore limped into the debriefing chamber with Aminata by his side. Her leg was bandaged, her eyes alert. Both bore the marks of fire and blood, but their spirits burned hotter than ever. The room was filled with military brass, a few intelligence officers, and 2 hackers flown in from Mali under ghost IDs. "Status?" Ibrahim asked. One of the hackers turned from his rig. "We're connected to every major news relay in West Africa, and a dozen independent satellite uplinks, and globally, 5-second delay buffers from European and American nodes. But once we go live, there's no pulling it back." "Good," Ibrahim said. "We don't pull back." He handed the flash drive to the techs. Inside, video and audio evidence of the kill order issued by the Langley contractor. Operative blacklight. It showed maps, timestamps, code phrases, and the identity of the operative, giving the final command: terminate Ibrahim Traore, midair. No body, no martyr. Blame equipment failure. Clean. The hacker froze. "This goes all the way up." "I know," Ibrahim replied. "Now let the world know." 11:45 a.m. GMT global broadcast begins across Africa. Television screens turn to static, then a live feed, a black background, then slowly the face of President Ibrahim Traore appeared, tired, resolute, very much alive. People in Ouagadougou dropped what they were doing. Phones buzzed, markets froze, cafes fell into stunned silence. He spoke plainly, slowly. "People of Africa, I was betrayed. My plane was sabotaged. My life was deemed a threat to foreign interests. Not by my people, not by any African. By agents whose faces hide behind flags that speak of democracy and freedom, but practice conquest." He paused, letting the gravity sink in. "They tried to kill me in the sky. They failed. And now, I return not just to lead, but to awaken." He turned toward the camera, his voice deepening. "What you are about to see is real." Then the video played. Raw footage, faces, voices, the kill command, the plan to silence Burkina Faso's independence, the bribes, the mission, the lies. The world watched in horror and rage. Within 20 minutes, global newsrooms exploded. CNN, leaked assassination order of African president shocks the West. Al Jazeera, Burkina Faso's Traore exposes alleged CIA plot. BBC, Africa's rising lion roars back from the dead. Back in the secret base, Aminata, watch the numbers on the screen tick upward. Over 42 million viewers in the first hour. "You did it," she said quietly. But Ibrahim shook his head. "No, we just lit the fuse." A junior officer burst into the room. "Sir, international lines are lighting up. Presidents from Kenya, Algeria, even South Africa. They want to speak. They're calling it the Traore shock. Let them wait," he said. "I'm not done yet." He returned to the camera. "This is not just my story. This is our story. For every African leader threatened in the dark, for every country bullied with age, wrapped in chains, for every child forced to speak a colonizer's language just to be heard, this is your moment." He leaned forward. "They killed my pilot. They tried to kill my voice, but now they will hear us roar." Later that night, Washington, D.C., Langley HQ. Inside a classified room, men in suits watched the broadcast on mute. One of them threw his remote. This was supposed to be a clean operation. You underestimated him, another said. And now you've created something worse than a martyr. A movement. Shut it down. Smear him. Hack the feed. Do whatever it takes. The room filled with urgency, but outside those walls the fire was already burning. Back in Burkina Faso, 12:03 a.m., a convoy of trucks rolled out of the secret base. Inside were Traore's loyalist commanders, encrypted mobile relays, and a mobile studio. Ibrahim stood in the back of a modified truck with Aminata, watching the stars. "You're not safe, you know," she said. "They'll come again. They will. But this time, I won't be alone." She handed him a folded note. Message from Sierra Command. He opened it. "We have secured a list of collaborators in the capital. They are planning an internal insurrection. Within 72 hours. He exhaled slowly. "This was never about killing me. It was about killing the idea that Africa could rise without permission." Aminata looked up. "But it's too late now." He nodded. "Exactly." He turned to his convoy commander. "Start the engines. We're heading home." Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso, 72 hours later, 3:14 a.m. The city held its breath. Roadblocks had been quietly reinforced. Security posts tripled. The presidential palace, long considered compromised, was now a fortress. But not even Ibrahim Traore knew who among his senior command still wore a mask. That's why he didn't sleep. He stood alone on the roof of an abandoned telecom tower, a few blocks from the capital, binoculars in hand, scanning rooftops and alleys. Below him, Sierra Command units moved silently through the dark, preparing for the purge. Aminata climbed up beside him, her face grim. "We found them," she said. The insurrection was real, coordinated by 5 key players, 4 inside our own ministry. 1, a general. Name, General Sanda. He's the one who fed airspace data to the plane's saboteurs. Ibrahim didn't flinch. "I trusted him with my life, and he nearly sold your death to the world." He inhaled slowly, staring at the city that had nearly swallowed him whole. "No more silence," he said. 4:02 a.m. Palace perimeter. Traore entered the compound, not in secret but openly, flanked by 2 armored vehicles, dozens of loyalists behind him. The traitors had gathered inside the war room, under the pretense of an emergency security meeting. Ibrahim walked into the room alone. For 10 seconds the room froze. General Sanda turned pale. "Mr. President, we thought." "I know what you thought," Ibrahim said. He threw the dossier onto the center table. Documents, voice transcripts, satellite maps. Then, with cold precision, he took off his red beret and placed it on the table. "Do you know what this means?" he said, staring down General Sanda. Sanda's hand drifted toward his holster. A fatal mistake. Before his fingers reached the handle, a single shot rang out. Aminata. She stood in the doorway, pistol raised. Sanda dropped, the back of his chair exploding into splinters. The others reached for their weapons, but Traore's men were already inside. In under 30 seconds, the room was secured. Ibrahim picked up his beret and put it back on. "This is not revenge," he said. "It's reclamation." Sunrise. The city erupted into noise, not from gunfire but from voices. Traore emerged from the palace gates, not behind bulletproof glass, but on foot. People rushed toward him, some crying, some singing, many kneeling. He raised both hands. "I am not here to rule in silence. I am here to serve in truth." Reporters pushed microphones forward. One question broke through. "Mr. President, what happens now?" He looked into the cameras, sweat glistening on his brow, his red beret burning like flame in the light. "Now," he said. "Now Africa speaks for itself." Across the continent, same day, in Kenya, flags with Traore's image were waved in student marches. In Nigeria, his speech was broadcast in public squares. In South Africa, leaders who once kept silent began to speak openly of neo-colonial interference. And in Washington, D.C., Paris and Brussels, diplomats scrambled, damage control underway. But the fire could not be extinguished. That night, Back in the palace, Ibrahim sat in the war room again, this time alone, the room cleared of betrayal. Aminata entered quietly, placing a folder before him. We have confirmation. The operation that targeted you wasn't rogue. It was authorized under a stability initiative, a network of special interests and foreign contractors aiming to destabilize any African government that resists economic control. He opened the folder. Inside, names, wire transfers, meeting transcripts. This, she said, could shatter the world. He stared at the documents, then shook his head. No, not the world, just the illusion of who runs it. She looked at him carefully. What will you do? He paused. Not what they expect. 1 week later, a new video was released, not through global media, but through encrypted channels, forums, community groups, and underground networks. It was Ibrahim Traore. He stood before a simple wooden desk, the red and green flag of Burkina Faso behind him. His words were quiet, measured, like a storm you hear before it breaks. We are no longer asking to be heard. We are speaking. We are no longer asking for partnership. We are building. We are no longer waiting to be saved. We are saving ourselves. Then he leaned in. This is the beginning of the Pan-African dawn. It wasn't a call to war. It was a call to wake up. Back in the shadows, Langley HQ, the senior analyst watched the new video, face unreadable. He's more dangerous now than before, one agent said. The analyst sipped his coffee. Because now, he's not afraid of death. The room went silent. Outside, rain fell softly, but something deeper had already begun. Not a war, not yet, but an awakening. The candlelight in the war room flickered like anxious sentries. Maps littered the mahogany table. Red pins bled across West Africa. Blue ones barely clung to its borders. President Ibrahim Traore stood motionless, hands behind his back, his crimson beret casting a long shadow over the tactical chaos below. General Yakuba Diomande, his closest ally since the coup, cleared his throat. They breached Sector 7. We lost the radar station. Satellite uplink went down 5 hours ago. Traore turned, his gaze cutting like a scythe. And why wasn't I informed 5 hours ago? The room froze. Even the ceiling fan seemed to pause. Yakuba hesitated. We were verifying the source. We feared misinformation. No, General, Traore said, stepping closer, voice low and icy. You feared the truth. Silence returned. Then came a whisper. Not from the generals, but from the corridor outside, a faint rustle, almost imperceptible. Traore raised a hand. His bodyguards reacted instantly. Weapons drawn. The iron doors creaked open. A young officer stumbled in. It was Lieutenant Aminata Keita, the most decorated intelligence officer under 30. Her uniform was torn, dust in her braids, blood on her hands. Mr. President, she gasped. There's a mole. Every heartbeat in the room skipped. Speak, Traore commanded. Aminata fell to her knees, unrolling a scroll of intercepted messages, encrypted transmissions. Someone from your inner circle has been feeding classified positions to General Bamba in Côte d'Ivoire. Who? Traore demanded. She looked up, trembling. I traced the last signal to General Diomande's office. All eyes turned to Yakuba. His face twitched, not fear, but offense. He stepped forward, rigid and noble. This is madness, he barked. I've fought beside you. I bled for you. And yet, Traore murmured, it is in blood that the deepest betrayals are written. Yakuba reached for his badge. Let me explain. Stand down, barked Captain Mori, Traore's personal guard. Rifles raised. Yakuba's men flinched. The air grew dense with history, comradeship, and suspicion. But Traore raised a single hand, palm open. Let him speak. I will not execute words before they are spoken. Yakuba's face softened. I did send messages, but not to the enemy, to an underground alliance in Senegal. They've pledged reinforcements, 100 men. If we fall here, we fall alone. I couldn't risk delay bureaucracy, so I acted. Aminata shook her head. Then why were your messages addressed to Rimbaud, Bamba's codename? Traore stepped back. The war room's breath hung on a knife's edge. The president looked at Yakuba, as if searching for a memory inside a mirror. I asked you once, he said softly. If you believed in this revolution, you said yes. I do. Then swear it again.
Oh,
I swear it, Yakuba said, kneeling, fist to chest, on my blood. Traore turned to Aminata. He'll be detained. No torture, no humiliation, just silence, until we find the truth. Traore didn't resist, as guards led him away. His eyes met the president's, not with hate, but with something worse, hurt. When the door closed, Traore slumped into his chair, not the throne-like seat of power, but a soldier's chair, iron, plain, burdened. I trusted him like a brother, he muttered. Traore did Manata, remained silent, then gently, that is why betrayal hurts, not because it's unexpected, but because it's earned. Traore chuckled, bitterly. You read too many books, someone has to. He smirked. Rest, eat, then report again at midnight. She saluted, turned, then paused. Sir, if I may, if he's innocent, we just chained our strongest arm. Traore nodded. And if he's guilty, we just prevented a dagger. Aminata left. The door clicked behind her, like a closing wound. Traore turned to the map again. Blood and borders, lies and loyalty, and the weight of one name, now hanging in the balance. 2 hours past midnight, the air in Ouagadougou turned cold like the hush before a storm. Inside the presidential compound, a different kind of storm brewed. President Traore paced the narrow hallway outside the intelligence briefing room, hands behind his back, lips pressed into a tight line. Inside, Aminata Keita stood over a set of monitors, her eyes scanning encrypted communications, bouncing off satellites above Africa. Her fingers moved like a concert pianist's, decoding data packets, cross-referencing IPs, scanning for signatures that didn't belong. Then she froze. Got something? She called through the intercom. Traore entered. His bodyguard stayed at the door. Another message? He asked. Yes, she said, but it wasn't sent from Yakuba's terminal. He raised an eyebrow. Then from where? She hesitated. From your advisor's office. Sidi Tall. The president's jaw clenched. Sidi Tall had been more than an advisor. He was the face of diplomacy, the smooth voice at every foreign negotiation. Tall had survived 3 attempted assassinations, outwitted Western envoys, and was trusted with secrets known only to the innermost circle. And now his office was a crime scene. Pull the security feeds, Traore said. Aminata tapped a few keys. The screen shifted to grainy night footage. At 2:37 a.m., a figure in a gray suit stepped into Tall's office, face hidden, gloved hands. They inserted a USB stick into the mainframe, waited and left. Only one person wore that suit regularly. Tall, Traore whispered. He didn't even disguise himself. Aminata turned, either arrogance or desperation. Where is he now? His driver said he left for a diplomatic errands at midnight. He hasn't returned. Traore slammed his fist against the wall. 2 betrayals in one day. God tests me with fire. Aminata's face remained calm, but her eyes glinted with the weight of hard truth. Or perhaps it's not betrayal, sir. Perhaps it's chess. He looked at her, puzzled. What if someone's staging this, planting breadcrumbs to turn allies into enemies? He folded his arms. Then someone's orchestrating chaos with surgical precision. A knock at the door. It was Captain Mori. Sir, you'll want to see this. They followed him to the courtyard, where 2 soldiers escorted a man in cuffs, his head bloodied but held high. It was Sidi Tall. You found him? Traore asked. I found us, Mori replied. He turned himself in at the checkpoint, said he had information only you should hear. Tall was brought into the war room, the same place Yakuba had knelt only hours before. He stood in the same spot, his suit torn, lips swollen. Traore stood over him. Why? I didn't betray you, Tall said, voice hoarse. I betrayed the ones who tried to buy me. Explain. I was approached 6 months ago. The French. They offered me sanctuary, money, even a fake family in Marseille. All they wanted was my silence on Project Cuba. Traore narrowed his eyes. Kuba was decommissioned. No, Tall said. Kuba went underground, but not on our side. Someone else revived it, and I played along to expose them. Traore circled him like a lion. You expect me to believe you were running counterintelligence alone? I recorded every meeting, every drop point, even coded their language. It's all here. He pulled a blood-stained flash drive from his inner jacket. But if I handed it in without context, they'd erase me before I could explain. Aminata plugged in the drive. Screens came alive. Surveillance clips, payment logs, audio files, foreign voices, European dialects, names, faces. One name caught Traore's attention. Yakuba. He stepped forward. Is this fabricated? He asked. Tall shook his head. No, but listen to the full clip. Aminata hit play. Yakuba's voice. I'll agree to the Senegal deployment, but I won't sell out my president. If that's your price, walk away. Traore exhaled sharply. Redemption, or something like it. He turned to Mori. Release Yakuba. Bring him here. Gently. Tall leaned forward. Mr. President, we're being dismantled from within. Not by traitors, but by puppeteers. And the strings, Traore murmured, are made of trust. Within minutes, Yakuba entered. Confused but not angry. He eyed Tall. So it wasn't me. No, Traore said. It was you and him, both being played. Yakuba exhaled, then nodded. We've bled enough for other men's games. Let's end this. Aminata spoke up. Then we need to find the hand behind the curtain, and fast. They all turned to the screen. One more video remained. A foreign man, clean-shaven, in a NATO office, speaking perfect French. Burkina Faso will fall, not by bombs, but by silence. One defection at a time. Traore leaned forward. Then let's make some noise. He stood tall, taller than ever. The counterattack would begin. The next morning, the sky over Ouagadougou was overcast, casting a pallid gray across the compound. But inside the presidential war chamber, there was light of clarity, of purpose, of rage tempered into strategy. President Traore, Yakuba, Aminata, and Sidi Tall stood around a digital map now updated with red dots representing enemy sympathizers, embedded within the government, military, and diplomatic channels. We've identified 14 assets, Aminata reported, 7 inside Burkina Faso. The other 7 scattered across West Africa, all tied to what Tall calls the Phoenix Accord. Tall nodded grimly. It's a covert alliance, Western-backed operatives posing as regional diplomats, peace envoys, or aid workers. Their goal is to fracture Pan-African unity, one betrayal at a time. Traore clenched his fists, and we were pawns in their opening moves. No longer, said Yakuba. Now we play offense. Aminata zoomed in on the digital map. Their next summit is in Accra. In 72 hours, the Accord's leadership will be meeting under the guise of a trade forum. We have one shot to expose them to the African Union and the world. Tall added, and we'll need to be careful. If they suspect we know, they'll vanish. No traces, no evidence. The coup they want won't need guns, just silence. Traore paced slowly. Then we'll use the one thing they didn't count on. What's that? Asked Yakuba. Loyalty. The plan was audacious. Sidi Tall would attend the Accra summit as if he were defecting. He would wear a micro camera, transmit everything live to a covert AU intelligence network. Aminata had discreetly contacted. Traore and Yakuba would remain in Burkina, preparing to act on the fallout. As the room cleared, Traore pulled Yakuba aside. Are you sure about him? He asked. Yakuba looked toward Tall, who was already rehearsing lines for his cover story. I believe him now, but I won't take my eye off him. Redemption is not an end, it's a process. Traore nodded, spoken like a man who knows both sides. 3 days later, the summit in Accra began under the facade of a regional economic forum. Ivory silk banners hung outside a glistening hotel, and inside, men in tailored suits and staged smiles walked like ghosts through corridors thick with treachery. Tall entered the hall flanked by 2 aides, both undercover Burkinabe agents. His micro camera, hidden behind a false shirt button, streamed to Aminata's station in Ouagadougou. Traore, Yakuba, and a handful of trusted officers watched in real time from the war room. Tension rippled through the air with every breath. On screen, Tal greeted an EU envoy with a nod, took a drink from a server, then slipped into a conference room with 6 men. Behind closed doors, the real meeting began. "We've removed the DOMITA threat," said one man, unaware his voice was being recorded. "Traore will either fall or cave in. Either way, our assets in Gao and Niamey will tighten the noose." Another voice, "Time to activate the press package. Paint him as a dictator. Stir unrest from inside." Tal leaned forward, "And Project Koba?" The eldest among them replied, "Koba is operational. Once Traore is gone, the new leadership will comply. Resources, land rights, military access, all yours." Traore's fist slammed the table in real time. "Monsters," he muttered. Back in Accra, one of the men leaned in toward Tal. "You've done well, City. I admit, we doubted your loyalty, but here you are." Tal gave a faint smile. Loyalty is a complicated word. Then he stood. "What are you doing?" one asked. Tal buttoned his jacket, delivering a message. Outside, alarms sounded. Canaan security forces, tipped off and now allied through Aminata's contacts, swarmed the hotel. Doors burst open. Diplomatic immunity badges were ripped from lapels. Computers were seized. Agents detained. Chaos exploded on screen. In the war room, cheers broke out, but Traore remained solemn. "Begin phase 2, he ordered. "Sweep our government, arrest the remaining Phoenix assets, and activate the broadcast." That night, President Traore addressed not just Burkina Faso but Africa. Standing before the Pan-African flag, flanked by Aminata and Yakuba, he spoke directly into the lens with fire in his eyes. "For too long," he said, "we believed our enemies wore different flags. But the truth is more cruel. Our enemies wore our own uniforms, sat in our offices, ate at our tables." He paused. "But they underestimated the power of something they cannot manufacture. Trust rebuilt, loyalty earned, and a people awakened." Footage from the summit played. Names were named, faces shown, documents unveiled. The Phoenix Accord, once a myth, was exposed as a continental betrayal. Traore ended his speech with one sentence etched in every Burkinabe's memory: "We will not fall in silence. We will rise in truth." And with that, the storm began to pass, replaced by something rare in the world of geopolitics: hope. For a brief moment, Burkina Faso stood taller. Traore's broadcast had ignited a firestorm across the continent. African news agencies were flooded with coverage of the Phoenix Accord. Countries once hesitant about Traore's radical independence now extended open hands. If not in alliance, at least in respect. But storms don't end with thunder. They end with embers, hot, hidden, and deadly. 2 days after the global exposure of the Phoenix Accord, a blackout swept through Ouagadougou, not a technical glitch, something deliberate. Power stations shut down in sequence. Generators failed, and in the darkness, a scream was heard. The presidential compound lit up with sirens. Aminata ran through the corridors to the infirmary, heart pounding. She flung the door open and gasped. A guard lay bleeding on the floor, a syringe in his neck. Inside the room, the president's personal medic, Dr. Salif Dolo, stood against the far wall, hands trembling. He injected him and ran. Dr. Dolo stammered. "Who?" Aminata demanded, pistol already drawn. Dr. Dolo's voice cracked. "One of our own, Major Hamadou. He was assigned to kitchen duty." She cursed under her breath and radioed security. Code Scarlet. "President may be targeted. Lock down the kitchens. Check every uniform." At that very moment, President Traore sat in the Situation Room, reviewing a list of newly discovered Phoenix sympathizers across the Sahel. He was tired, his eyes ringed with sleepless determination, but his instinct was razor sharp. The lights flickered. The emergency phone rang. "This is Aminata. There's a possible infiltration. You need to move. Now."
Oh!
He stood instantly. "Where?" "Security wing. Room 23. Maury's squad is en route." He didn't wait for an escort. Traore burst through the side corridor, moving like a soldier again.
Oh!
No ceremony, no caution, just urgency. But the traitor was ahead of him. Major Hamadou, disguised in full security gear, stepped into the shadowed hallway near room 23. In his hand, a remote detonator. He pressed it. Nothing happened. Then a voice behind him, looking for this. Aminata emerged from the dark, holding the real detonator. You should have used two-factor authentication. Before Hamadou could reach for his gun, she shot him clean through the shoulder. He crumpled, the fake vest exploding with sparks. Non-lethal, a decoy. Mori's men dragged him away. President Traore arrived seconds later. He saw the blood, the gun. Aminata, unshaken. Is it over? He asked. Not yet, she replied. He said something while bleeding, called himself a sister flame. Yakuba entered, panting from the other hallway. There's chatter online. A splinter cell. Phoenix may be fractured, but someone's still moving in the ashes. Then we find them, Traore said. Burn them out. That night, Aminata and City Tall sat in the secure intel lab, pouring through the intercepted communications from Hamadou's encrypted device. One phrase kept repeating in coded French: the fire judges the Phoenix. Chal leaned back. It's not just a message, it's a philosophy. You think it's a faction? Aminata asked. More like a cult. Radicalized ex-operatives who think Phoenix was too soft. They want to accelerate the chaos. Bombings, assassinations, civil war, whatever forces Traore to lose control. They paused as one more decrypted file flashed across the screen. A name. AK Aminata froze. Her hand twitched. Chal noticed. You know who that is? She nodded slowly. Amadou Kabore. My old commander. Thought he died in Mali 3 years ago. Chal's eyes darkened. What if he didn't? The next day, Traore met with his inner circle in a classified underground chamber. The walls were lined with war artifacts and ancient maps, a place used only in the direst of times. Aminata briefed them. The traitor isn't just inside. He built the tunnel. A rogue unit loyal to Kabore is operating in the countryside, pretending to be our army. They're recruiting from displaced youth, wearing our colors, twisting our revolution into a vendetta. Yakuba leaned over the map. They're moving east toward Diapaga. Traore nodded. That's near the gold mines. Exactly, Aminata added. They don't want to overthrow you. They want to bankrupt you, kill trust in the streets, create chaos where only Kabore can restore order. Traore stood in silence for a moment. Then I want Kabore alive. No martyrdom, no legend, alive. Mori objected. Sir, he won't be taken easily. I didn't say easy, Traore said. I said alive. The mission was set. At sunrise, an elite team led by Yakuba and Aminata flew out to Diapaga in unmarked helicopters. Disguised as traders, they moved through village paths, collecting whispers. The locals feared the new army, but didn't know they weren't real. 2 days in, Aminata spotted an insignia she hadn't seen in years. Kabore's wolf symbol, worn on the sleeve of a young boy, no older than 15. She knelt beside him. Where did you get that? My uncle gave it to me, he said. The fire is coming. Her blood turned cold. At midnight they found it. A camp hidden deep in the forest, lit by red lanterns, guarded by children, holding real rifles. At the center a man stood giving orders, gray beard, scar down his right cheek. Kabore, Aminata watched from the bushes. He's alive. Yakuba radioed back. And if he's here, this ends tonight. But not with bullets, with truth. The jungle outside Diapaga was quiet, too quiet. Aminata Kida crouched in the foliage, heart hammering against her ribs. Beside her, Yakuba adjusted the frequency on their encrypted comms. Overhead, the stars blinked, watching as if judging history's next move. Through the binoculars, they could see him, Amadou Kabore, the ghost from Aminata's past, the warlord cloaked in a freedom fighter's myth. His red lanterns gave the forest an eerie glow. Around him stood his new recruits, dozens of teenagers dressed in mismatched uniforms, all armed, all loyal. Time to make contact, Yakuba whispered. Aminata nodded, but not as soldiers, They left their rifles behind, raised their hands, and stepped into the clearing. Guns clicked instantly. Young eyes filled with fear and fury focused on them. One false move would mean death. Then Kabore looked up. "Well," he said. "The ghost walks into the fire." Aminata met his gaze. "No, I walk into truth." He chuckled, still so noble. "You're recruiting children. I'm building warriors. You're building graves." Kabore paced toward her. "Don't preach to me, Kita. We were the same once. Fighting men in suits who drank Africa dry. I haven't changed." "No," she said. "You've decayed." He stopped. Yakuba stepped forward. "The president wants you alive." Kabore smirked. "I bet he does. To parade me in front of the cameras. To silence what I know." "What you know," Aminata said, "is drowned in what you've done." Kabore suddenly roared. "I lost everything for this revolution. I was left to die in Mali, while the new king sat on a golden chair. That king," she shot back, "walks through markets without guards. He eats with farmers. He bleeds when his people bleed." "And yet," Kabore hissed, "he sent you with guns." Aminata opened her coat. "We came with truth." And then she pulled out a tablet. On screen, footage from the Phoenix Accord exposure. Traore's speech. The summit, the lies, the manipulations. She turned it to face the crowd of teenage soldiers. "Watch what they did to all of us," she said. "Not just you, not just me, all of us." The camp fell into silence. The young recruits, faces once hardened, now flickered with doubt. Kabore watched it too. Arms folded, jaw clenched, rage warred with reason. Then Aminata added quietly, "You're not my enemy, but if you raise that army, you become one." A long pause, then Kabore dropped to a log. "Did he really say all that?" he asked. "Yes," Yakuba said. "And he meant it." Kabore nodded slowly. "Then maybe I was wrong." Cheers didn't erupt. There were no victory speeches, just silence, the kind that follows after a man reclaims a lost piece of his soul. That night, Kabore gave himself up. His army disbanded. Many of the boys returned to their villages with UN escorts. Others stayed volunteering to train, under real officers, with time, with honor. 2 weeks later, President Ibrahim Traore stood at the edge of a rural airstrip. Dust swirled around his boots. A single transport plane waited on the tarmac. A military truck pulled up. Kabore stepped out, shackled, surrounded by guards. Aminata and Yakuba stood by. Traore walked over. "You'll face a tribunal," he said. "I expect nothing less," Kabore replied. "But I ask one thing." "What?" "That the boys I train be given a chance to serve, the right way." Traore nodded. "Done." Kabore blinked, surprised, then gave the faintest of smiles, the kind only the broken and redeemed ever wear. As the plane carried him away, Aminata turned to the president. "Did we win?" He looked to the horizon. "No, but we didn't lose. And sometimes that's how peace begins." 3 months passed. The Phoenix Accord was shattered. Foreign influence weakened. Trust once fractured, now patched with blood and humility. Traore's government remained under pressure, but it stood stronger. In a quiet village in northern Burkina Faso, a new training academy opened for rural youth, taught by veterans, farmers, and even ex-rebels. A sign hung over the entrance: "Truth reclaims the lost." In the capital, Aminata was promoted to Director of National Intelligence. Yakuba, now a minister, reformed the armed forces with a doctrine called service through people. And President Traore, he sat one night under the stars, far from the palace. No bodyguards, no maps, just a bowl of rice and a battered notebook. Inside, he wrote, "The revolution is not a moment, it is a vow. We will be betrayed again, we will fall again, but each time we will rise, if not because of strength, then because of truth. And if that truth demands sacrifice, so be it. We are not here to reign, we are here to serve. Even if history forgets our names." He closed the book, looked to the sky, and smiled. Not because the world was at peace, but because for the first time in years, his soul was. The sky over Ouagadougou was still blue-gray when President Ibrahim Traore knelt in the grass behind the palace. It was his habit to begin the day in quiet, without guards, without speeches, without noise. Just the garden, the birds, and a prayer. The dew clung to the knees of his uniform. A soft wind passed through the mango trees, brushing against his back like a whisper from the ancestors. He closed his eyes, but peace was not alone in that garden. Just behind a curtain of green hedges, someone watched. Someone holding more than a mop. Her name was Marie Tendola, a cleaner hired 6 weeks earlier. She wore the uniform of the palace staff, had the access codes to the service gates, and moved silently with a cart of rags and solvents. But this morning, tucked beneath the towels was a compact Russian pistol with a silencer attached. Marie was not a killer, not by nature, not by soul. She had a daughter in Lomé, a brother in prison, and hands worn by years of sweeping hallways no one noticed. But desperation twists the heart, and money, foreign money, had done the rest. They had offered her a life, $60,000, a new identity, and protection for her child. All she had to do was fire once, just once. She moved forward quietly, step by step. The president was still kneeling, 10 feet away, then 8. Her finger touched the cold steel. What she didn't know was that President Traore had already heard the rustle. Not from her, she was too skilled, but from the wind itself. Something felt wrong in the air. It no longer whispered, it watched. He opened his eyes and spoke without turning. "You don't want to do this." Marie froze, her breath caught in her throat. He hadn't moved. How could he have known? "They sent you from Lomé," he said softly. "Togo," her hands trembled. The gun tilted. She began, but the words never came. In a blur of motion, Traore spun, knocking her wrist sideways. The gun fell with a thud into the grass. Marie staggered back, hitting the hedge. He was on his feet now, standing calm, looking at her not with rage, but with something far more dangerous, understanding. "You're not an assassin," he said. She backed away. "Please," they said, "if I didn't, they would kill your daughter," he finished. Her eyes filled. Traore stepped closer, slowly. "Who gave you the weapon?" She looked down. "A man from Ghana, said he worked for their embassy. He called me by my real name, knew my mother's village. He said you were destroying the balance, that you had to be stopped." He nodded once. "That's how they work. Soft hands, hard lies." From across the garden, a shout rang out. Ougandans were coming. "Too late. Don't scream," Traore said gently. "Let me walk you out." He picked up the gun, slid it into his pocket, and placed his arm gently under hers. Together they moved toward the path that led into the palace. A captain ran toward them, rifle drawn. "Sir, are you hurt?" Traore raised his hand. "I'm fine, this woman is a guest." The guard looked confused. "A guest, sir?" "Yes, take her to my study. Lock the door from the outside. No one enters without my order." Marie looked at him, stunned. "Why?" she whispered. "Because someone tried to use you as a bullet. But I see you." Inside the palace, the hallways buzzed. Word was spreading. Someone had tried to kill the president. No official statement was released, but security tripled. Doors were locked, windows sealed. Traore had disappeared into his private study and had taken the cleaner with him. For hours nothing. Then at 11:12 a.m., Traore emerged, calling for Captain Wure, his head of internal security. "Run a trace on every cleaner hired in the last 2 months. Use Ministry of Labor records, not palace logs." "Yes, sir." "Cross-reference embassy guest lists. Look for names from Ghana, especially diplomatic covers. I want to know who passed through last week. And the woman, sir. She stays in protective custody. And don't call her the woman. Her name is Marie." Back inside the study, Marie sat on a velvet chair, staring at her palms. She had told him everything. The calls, the payment, the drop location, the training, how they had used her fear like a leash. But what stunned her most was not his questions. It was that he had listened. Not like a man listens to a criminal, but like a man listens to a teacher. "You know," Traore had said, "you're not the first woman they've tried to use. In Guinea they bribed a nurse. In Mali, a waitress. Always women, always invisible. She had cried then, "Why didn't you kill me?" And he had replied simply, "Because I'm not afraid of the person holding the gun. I'm afraid of the one who gave it to them." That night the president did not sleep. He stared at a map of West Africa, with red pins across Lomé, Accra, Dakar, and Abidjan. Patterns, names, dates, an invisible web tightening. "This isn't over," he said. This was just the first knock on the door. Marie Tendola sat silently in the corner of President Traore's private study. Her cleaner's uniform, once pristine and folded with pride, now looked like a disguise she was ashamed of. Her fingers knotted together on her lap, her eyes moving from the velvet curtains to the wooden floor and back again. The president was behind his desk, not seated, not pacing, just standing there looking at her with unreadable calm. No cameras, no guards, just the two of them in a room built for kings and whispers. "Marie," he said, finally breaking the silence. "How long have you been in this line of work?" She looked up. "Cleaning? Yes. Almost 12 years. Always in Lomé? No. Benin, Ghana. Then I came here." He nodded. "And when did you become involved with them?" Her voice was quiet. 3 weeks ago. "Describe them." Marie hesitated. "The man who approached me was light-skinned, spoke like a diplomat, but he never said his name. Only that he was part of a wider networks concerned about what you're doing in West Africa." "What I'm doing?" She nodded. "He said you were removing the safety net, that you were too bold, too fast. He said if you fell it would all collapse too quickly." Traore chuckled dryly. "So bold leadership is now a threat." Marie added, "They told me you were dangerous, that you would get us all killed." The president sighed and walked to the window. Outside, red lions were patrolling the courtyard. He watched them silently, their boots crunching the gravel. Then he turned back. "And yet, here you are, alive, and so am I." "I couldn't do it," she whispered. "Even before you spoke, I saw you kneeling. I thought about my daughter. I couldn't let her carry that shame." Traore walked over and placed a glass of water beside her. "Do you know why I pray on the grass instead of inside the chapel?" he asked. Marie shook her head. "Because I don't believe God lives in stone walls. I believe he hears us better when our knees touch the same earth our people struggle on." Marie stared at him. "You believe in God?" "I believe in something greater than bullets and lies." They sat in silence again, until Traore said softly, "I need your help." Marie's brow furrowed. "Help?" He nodded. "You were recruited by someone who came through our walls. That means someone inside this palace is compromised. I need you to remember everything." "I don't have the training," she replied nervously. "You have more than you know. You survived." He handed her a small notebook. "Write every detail you can. Voice, clothing, car type. The smallest memory might open a door." She nodded slowly, then took the pen. Across the palace, Captain Worry stood in the surveillance control room, staring at the hallway footage from the last 48 hours. He fast-forwarded, rewound, zoomed, and stared harder. Something wasn't right. There was a 3-minute blackout on one camera, just outside the servants' quarters, at exactly 4:17 a.m. That was the same window Marie used to enter the garden. He called for the tech officer. "Was this a glitch?" The tech scratched his head. "No, sir. The feed was manually looped. Someone covered her exit. Find out who had access to the camera network that night. I want names within the hour." Back in the study, Marie was scribbling as fast as she could. "I remember the shoes," she said suddenly. "The man wore those sharp foreign shoes, the kind that don't belong in muddy markets." Traore smiled. "That's good. Anything else?" He spoke to someone on a secure line. Ghanaian number, but he said he was meeting someone from Dakar, a diplomat. The president nodded. "Senegalian involvement now?" "It was just a whisper," she said, uncertain. "Enough to follow." He stepped back, thinking. "They're tightening the circle." Then he looked at her. "What did they promise you?" "Money, a new name, safety for my child." "Did they say where the money would come from?" "Switzerland, a coded bank account." The details were written on a napkin and burned right after. Clever, he thought. Ruthless. He picked up a small recorder from his desk. "Marie, I need you to repeat everything you've said. This may be the only trail we have. She nodded. As he pressed record, her voice, at first timid, began to grow stronger. She repeated the details with clarity. Names, schedules, faces, instructions. And when she finished, Traore didn't thank her like a president. He nodded like a brother. You just saved more lives than you know. That night, at 8:44 p.m., Traore held a silent meeting in the war room with only 3 people. Captain Worry, his intelligence advisor Colonel Saidu, and Cyber Chief Aminata Kia. He dropped the recorder on the table. We have a trail, he said. Captain Worry looked at him. From a cleaning lady, from someone they thought no one would ever listen to. Colonel Saidu leaned forward. You think this goes beyond Ghana? Traore nodded. It has to. They didn't just send her to kill me. They wanted her caught. It's bait, Aminata added. To distract us. Exactly, the president said. Which means something bigger is happening soon. He looked up at the clock. It's time we flipped the game board. That same hour, a convoy of black cars crossed the border into Ghana. In the last vehicle sat a thin man with round glasses and a diplomatic badge. He was reading a file with a photo of Marie inside. She failed, he whispered. He snapped the folder shut, then added coldly, time for the backup plan. Midnight came quietly in Ouagadougou, but inside the presidential compound, a storm was already brewing. President Ibrahim Traore stood alone on the rooftop terrace, above the palace gardens where only hours earlier someone had tried to end his life. His eyes were fixed on the stars, but his mind was in the dark corridors of his own government. Someone had looped the security cameras. Someone had given Marie access, and that someone was still inside. Behind him, footsteps approached softly. Captain Worry joined him, holding a folder. Sir, we traced the access override on the surveillance loop. Traore turned. And Neville, sir. 3 people have clearance at that level. 2 of them were off duty. The third, Traore hesitated, was Colonel Malik Tano. Traore didn't flinch. Tano? Yes, sir, head of logistics. He's worked here for 11 years. The president narrowed his eyes, which makes him invisible. People stop seeing you when you've been around too long. There's more, Traore said. A diplomatic vehicle from Ghana entered Ouagadougou 2 days ago, but no record of it leaving. Traore raised a brow. It stayed hidden. Traore nodded. And the driver was registered under a false identity, one linked to a shell company headquartered in Accra, but funded out of Dubai. Foreign money. Ghana nexus. Internal betrayal. Traore muttered. It's a perfect storm. What do we do, sir? Traore stepped away from the edge. We don't wait for lightning to strike. We strike first. In the basement beneath the palace, Marie Tendola sat with Aminata Keita, the president's cyber chief. Aminata had a calming presence, sharp eyes, smooth voice, and the kind of authority that didn't need to shout. Marie, she said, we believe your contact may still be inside Burkina Faso, possibly hiding under diplomatic immunity. But we need more than suspicion. Marie nodded. I remember the scent. Scent? The man who recruited me. He wore some kind of cologne, sharp, expensive. I smelled it again yesterday morning, near the East Wing, around Colonel Tano's office. Aminata straightened. That's where the diplomatic car was last seen. Marie's voice dropped. They're not just using me, they're using the palace. At 2:36 a.m., Traore led a small covert team of Red Lions through the servants' tunnels beneath the palace. They weren't in uniform, no rank, no insignia, just trusted eyes and quiet hands. Door ahead, whispered the lead lion. Traore nodded. Keep lights off. They stopped at a storage room behind the logistics wing. Inside, a faint light flickered. The president signaled for silence, then gently pushed the door open. Inside was Colonel Malik Tano. He was seated, sipping tea, facing a man in a suit with round glasses, the same man who had given Marie the pistol. The diplomat froze mid-sentence. Malik stood up. Mr. President, he said, too casually. Traore stepped in. Evening, Colonel. The diplomat stood slowly, adjusting his tie. I believe this is a misunderstanding. Oh, I understand perfectly, Traore replied. You entered my country, recruited my staff, tried to assassinate me, and now you're sipping tea with my colonel. Traore's time, with Edgy. You're moving too fast, Mr. President. You're upsetting alliances that took decades to build. Good, Traore said. If those alliances require betrayal, they deserve to fall. The diplomat smiled. You may stop us today, but you can't stop the plan. Traore looked him dead in the eyes. Then I'll bury the plan. He turned to his men. Arrest them, both. But he's a diplomat. Traore's tone sharpened. Diplomats don't hand out guns. The Red Lions moved fast. Both men were cuffed, disarmed, and led away into silence. At 4 a.m., Traore stood again in the war room. A map of the capital blinked with new intelligence points, safe houses, hidden comms devices, ghost bank accounts. The network was wider than they'd imagined. He looked at his team. Today we clean house, full sweep. Every diplomat, every unverified staffer, every communication line. Aminata nodded. And Marie, she joins us, as a witness, as a survivor. Worry blinked. You trust her? Traore nodded. She did what most wouldn't. She stopped herself. By 9 a.m., Traore were rolling out quietly across Ouagadougou. Within 3 hours, 15 suspects were detained. 5 in embassies, 3 in media outlets, others in NGOs, not a shot fired. At noon, Colonel Tano was brought into an interrogation chamber beneath the palace. Traore himself sat across from him. No lawyers, Tano muttered. No cameras either, Traore replied. Just you and me. Tano looked away. I served this country for 11 years, and you nearly ended it in one night. Tano's voice cracked. You're naive, Ibrahim. You think Africa can rise without making enemies? I know we can't rise by betraying our own. Silence. Then Tano whispered. They said if I helped, I could protect my family, my children. Traore stared at him. So did I, and I still can, but not like this. Back upstairs. Marie sat in a modest conference room. She hadn't slept. Her hands trembled slightly as she was given water. Aminata sat beside her. You did something powerful, she said. I nearly killed a man, Marie replied. No, you stopped a war before it started. At that moment, a staff member entered, holding a single envelope for Miss Tendola. Marie opened it. Inside was a letter written in neat handwriting. Marie, your actions saved my life, but more importantly, they saved my belief in the people we never see, the forgotten hands, the invisible ones. I once believed revolutions came from generals. Now I know they come from women with mops, who choose not to pull a trigger. Ibrahim, Traore. Marie wept quietly, not from guilt, not from fear, but from something new. She had been seen. That evening, the sun dipped low behind Ouagadougou's skyline, casting long golden shadows across the palace corridors. The atmosphere inside, however, was not warm. It was tense, measured. Staff walked briskly. Security checkpoints had doubled. The president's inner circle moved like a clock, precise and silent. President Ibrahim Traore sat alone in the strategy chamber, staring at a thick folder now open before him. Inside were the results of the morning sweeps, lists of intercepted communications, transaction trails, embassy movements. The spider web was real. He circled 3 names. 2 were confirmed operatives, now in detention, but the third was troubling. A name without a face, referred to only in code as the patron. Always mentioned in whispers, responsible for approving transfers, for recruiting not only Marie, but 3 other civilian assets across the Sahel. His fingers tapped the page slowly. The patron had not yet made a mistake, not yet stepped into the light, but he would. In a small office tucked inside the Ministry of Culture, a man in a brown linen suit closed his laptop quietly. He was in his 50s, graying at the temples, and wore a ring that bore no national emblem. He packed his documents, placed a phone into a lid-lined pouch, and moved toward the side exit. This man had no security clearance, No public profile, but he was the patron. And he had just received a message. The president is unraveling the network faster than expected. Exit plan authorized. Meanwhile, in the lower level of the palace, Marie was seated in a temporary safe room. The walls were soft gray, the bed small but clean, and a guard stood just outside the door. She had been given a radio, not for music but for updates. It was the only connection she had to the outside world. Her daughter was still in Lomé. A red lion had been dispatched to quietly extract her. They'd be reunited soon, but for now, Marie waited. The guard knocked gently. "Miss Tendola," he said, "the president has requested you." Minutes later, Marie entered the chamber where Traore sat, still hunched over the files. He looked up, tired but focused. "They called you a cleaning woman," he said. Marie blinked. "Yes. Well," he said, "I need something cleaned again. But this time it's not floors." He pushed the folder toward her. "I need you to listen to these voice clips. One of them might belong to the man who recruited you." She put on the headphones and closed her eyes. Static. A click. Then a voice. "Package in place. Cleaner has been activated. Repeat code ivory dust is green." She flinched. "That one," she said. "That's him." The voice on the phone. Traore leaned forward. "Do you recognize the accent?" Marie paused. "It's not Ghanaian. It's French, but West African French, smooth like the elites in Dakar." The president nodded. "That fits." He turned to Captain Worry, who stood by the door. "Focus your attention on diplomatic channels from Senegal. Look for fake NGOs, independent consultants, anyone using cultural ties as cover." "Yes, sir." Across town, the patron arrived at an old theater near the University of Ouagadougou. The building had long been abandoned, but tonight it was lit with soft interior lights, just enough to cast shadows. Inside, he met with two other men. One wore a UN badge, the other, a telecom executive from France. They didn't shake hands. "We've lost 2 layers," the UN man said. The cleaning woman flipped. She didn't flip. The patron corrected. She woke up. They all sat. The telecom executive leaned forward. "So what now? If he makes this public, we're all exposed." The patron smiled. "He won't. He's too smart for that. He'll go quiet. But while he waits, we shift to phase 2. The others stiffened. "You're serious?" "I'm always serious," the patron said calmly. "We seed the media, turn his people against him. Then we wait for the next crack to form." Back at the palace, Traore met with Aminata Keita in the cyber room. She had just finished decoding a flash drive found in Colonel Tano's office. "I think we found something," she said. "Look." The screen lit up with a document labeled Stage 3, Public Trust Erosion. It was a detailed disinformation campaign. Fake headlines, staged protests, doctored audio clips, a full media war, already prepared. "They were going to break me without touching me," Traore whispered. Aminata's eyes narrowed. "And it starts tomorrow." "How?" "They're targeting the food shortage crisis, blaming your policies, inciting protests in 5 districts. Traore stood. "Then we speak before they do." The next morning, without prior notice, President Traore walked into a local market square. No guards, no motorcade, just him and Marie, both in plain clothes. Vendors paused in shock. Children ran toward him. He stood on a wooden crate and raised his voice. "Not your ruler. If there is no bread on your table, I will share mine." A silence fell. Then came applause. A woman shouted, "We saw the fake stories, but we believe what we see." Another added, "If they're attacking you, it means you're shaking the right tree." Marie looked at him. "You didn't have to bring me," she whispered. Traore smiled. "You're the proof that truth still lives in places they overlook." That night, news stations tried to run the stories, claims of failed reforms, of corruption, but they were drowned out by live footage of the president walking through his people, hugging mothers, eating street food, laughing with merchants.
The disinformation campaign died before it was born. Inside the shadowy theater, the patron saw the news flash across a small projector screen. He didn't react. He simply stood and said quietly, "Now I know where he's weakest. He's heart."
The morning after President Ibrahim Traore's walk through the market, the air in Ouagadougou was different. It wasn't just the people, though they were smiling more, standing taller. It wasn't just the palace, though the staff now worked with sharpened purpose. It was the feeling that, for once, the truth had moved faster than the lie. But President Traore knew better than to celebrate early. He stood in the war room, arms crossed, eyes fixed on a map, showing red and green dots across West Africa. "Where is he?" he asked. Captain Worry replied, "The patron left the capital last night, slipped past border control using diplomatic plates from Senegal. We traced him to a compound outside Dakar. Safe house? Likely. Or a nerve center. Intel says he's regrouping." Traore nodded. "They failed to break us publicly, so now they'll come back in the shadows. Should we go after him?" The president thought, "No, not yet." Aminata Keita spoke up. "Sir Marie's daughter has arrived. She's in the courtyard." A pause. Then the president smiled. "The first real one in days. Bring them to the South Garden." Under a tamarind tree behind the palace, Marie Tendola knelt and held her daughter tight. The girl, no older than 8, clutched a stuffed giraffe in one hand and her mother's collar in the other. President Traore approached them slowly, keeping a respectful distance. "She's safe now," he said. Marie stood and wiped her eyes. "I never meant to bring this here. I never wanted her to see any of it." "But she should," Traore replied. "Because this is what strength looks like. A mother choosing truth over fear." Marie's voice broke. "I thought I was a nobody, a cleaner." He stepped closer. "You're the woman who saw the knife in her own hand and chose not to use it." Then he leaned down to the child.
Old
"What's your name?" The girl answered.
Almia.
Traore smiled.
Almia.
"You have a brave mother. One day, Burkina Faso will know her name." At dusk, a private intelligence update reached the palace. A drone over the Senegal compound had picked up a signal. The patron had made contact with a known private military group. Their mission, Phase 3. Objective: destabilize Mali, push fighters into northern Burkina Faso, spread chaos along the fragile Sahel belt. The goal was no longer assassination. It was exhaustion to overwhelm the government and drain the will of the people. Traore stood in silence as the team reviewed the intel. Then he said, "We need allies." That night, the president boarded a military transport plane with no markings. Alongside him were top commanders from the Red Lions, Aminata and Captain Worry. Their destination, a secure airfield in Niamey, Niger. Waiting there was General Souleymane Diallo of Mali and Commander Issoufou Mahamadou of Niger. 3 nations, 1 cause. Inside a plain room lit with a single lantern, they huddled around a wooden table. "They're coming for all of us," Traore said. "Not with tanks, but with whispers, bribes, confusion. If we fight alone, they'll pick us off." Diallo replied, "And if we fight together, we change the ending." Traore said. They each placed a hand over the map. The pact was made. The next morning, Operation Sovereign Flame began. In 24 hours, joint forces from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger stormed 4 illegal installations. 2 radio towers spreading fake news, 1 underground money wire center, and 1 mercenary base, disguised as an agricultural NGO. In Dakar, the patron received word. "They're uniting," his assistant said. Fast. The patron didn't speak. He simply walked to his private archive, opened a drawer, and pulled out an old faded photo. It showed him in uniform, 30 years younger, standing next to a French general and a man with a Diamond Company patch. "This region used to be ours," he whispered. "Now they want to take it back." His voice hardened. "Then let them drown in their pride." But what the patron didn't know was that President Traore had planted a digital trap. One of the intercepted Phase 3 messages contained malware designed by Aminata's team to breach the patron's satellite relay once it was forwarded. At 2:18 a.m., the palace server pinged. Aminata shouted,
We have him. Signal breach confirmed. He's inside a coastal villa, east of Dakar. Traore didn't hesitate. Scramble the extraction team. I want him alive. 6 hours later, under a sky heavy with morning mist, a quiet villa was surrounded. The Red Lions moved fast, disabling power and communication. The patron tried to flee through the basement. He didn't get far. President Traore entered the villa. After the takedown, in the study, the patron sat cuffed, blood on his lip, eyes sharp. You, he sneered. Me, Traore said. You think this is over? No, I think this is the middle, but it's the middle we survive. You inspired them. The patron spat. That's the real crime. Then I'm guilty, Traore said, and I'll inspire more. He turned to leave, but before walking out, he looked back. You tried to break a country, but you gave it purpose. 1 week later, back in Ouagadougou, President Traore held a quiet press conference. No grand podium, no music, just him and a mic. This war wasn't fought with guns. It was fought in silence, in shadows, in small decisions. He looked into the camera, and we didn't win because of our weapons. We won because of the people who chose the light. He paused, like a woman named Marie. In the crowd, Marie sat holding Amia's hand. Cameras turned to her. She looked down, overwhelmed. Traore raised his hand. Let the world know this. In Burkina Faso, every voice matters, even the ones that sweep the floor.
The border outpost of Seko was quiet, too quiet. President Ibrahim Traore stood at the edge of the observation tower, eyes scanning the mist-covered jungle beyond. The sun was only beginning to rise, casting long orange fingers across the horizon. He had come to inspect the northern defenses himself. It was meant to be a routine visit. It never was. From below, the static of a failing radio buzzed. Base, this is Alpha 1. Do you copy? The voice was tight with fear. We've got movement near grid 7. Repeat, movement in the tri-line. Then came the sound no soldier wanted to hear. An RPG launch. The explosion rocked the earth beneath the outpost. Concrete cracked. Alarms wailed. Traore didn't flinch. He turned from the tower, grabbing the comm, fall back to defensive positions. He ordered calmly, "Don't panic, hold the line." But it was too late. Gunfire erupted from the tray line like lightning, tearing open the sky. Men fell, screams echoed. Chaos consumed the compound. Within minutes, the entire unit was overrun. President Traore was cut off from his guard team, trapped behind a supply container with only a pistol and a combat knife. And someone else, a boy, barely 20, uniform too big, eyes wild. "Who are you?" Traore asked, breath steady, despite the bullets. "Private Seydou, sir." The young man stammered. They're everywhere." Traore studied him. He'd seen fear before. But this wasn't just fear. It was something else, conflict. "You armed?" Seydou held up a rifle, hands shaking. "Then we don't die today." The rebels moved fast, precise. They weren't just attacking, they were hunting. Traore and Seydou crawled through a side trench, the air thick with dust and screams. Every so often, Seydou would flinch, glance backward as if something behind them was chasing more than just bullet. "We need to reach the East Ridge," Traore said. "There's an abandoned radio tower there. If we can signal reinforcements." "No," Seydou blurted. "That tower's a trap. They mined it yesterday. I overheard 2 rebels talking." Traore froze. "You overheard rebels? How?" Seydou looked away. I've been listening for weeks." "Infiltrator?" "No, sir. Spy. Inside our own ranks. They thought I was weak, so they talked freely around me. That changed everything." They ducked into the remains of the mess hall. The smell of smoke and metal filled the air. Traore knelt behind a flipped table, gripping his side. A bullet had grazed him. Seydou pulled out a rag. "May I?" Traore nodded. The boy was gentle, more skilled than he looked. His hands still shook, but he moved with care. "I've read about you," Seydou said suddenly. "Before the war, before everything." "Read what?" "That you never flinched. That you walked through gunfire like it was rain." Traore chuckled bitterly. Stories always sound braver than the truth. I used to be afraid, Seydou whispered. Still am, I guess. Fear's not weakness, Traore said. It's knowing the cost and fighting anyway. Seydou nodded. His hands stopped shaking. As the sun climbed higher, they moved toward the northern ridge. Seydou led the way, ducking beneath branches, pointing out tripwires, spotting rebel patrols before they struck. He was scared, but sharp. You're not what they say, Traore muttered. Seydou glanced back. What do they say? That you're a coward, that you froze in your first mission. Let others die. I didn't freeze, Seydou said quietly. I was told to stand down. The intel was fake. They walked into a slaughter. I survived and they called me coward. Traore's jaw clenched. They lied, Seydou continued. But I kept my head down, pretended to be nothing. That's how I learned their plan. Traore stopped walking. What plan? Seydou turned, his face serious now. They're building a base. Underground. 3 clicks from here. That's where the attack came from. Traore's eyes narrowed. Then we destroy it. The jungle grew denser, the closer they got to the underground base. Traore and Seydou moved in silence. The only sounds around them, the crunch of dry leaves and distant echoes of battle behind. Smoke from the burning outpost still curled into the sky. The president kept his pace steady, despite the gash on his side. Seydou had offered to carry his pack, but Traore refused. I'm not dead yet, he said. No, sir, Seydou replied, but you're bleeding like you want to be. Traore gave a half smile. The boy had bite. He liked that. They paused by a mossy boulder. As Seydou scanned ahead, his eyes flicked left, then right. 2 guards, he whispered. About 40 meters. Light patrol, no dogs. We go around? Seydou shook his head. They're posted near the vent shaft. That's our only entry. Traore nodded. Quiet, then. They struck fast. Seydou took the first guard with a garrote. The silent kill clumsy, but effective. Traore neutralized the second with a precise blow to the throat. No noise, no alarm, just stillness. Beneath the brush, hidden between roots, lay a metal grate. Seydou knelt beside it. They use this for air circulation. If we crawl through, it'll take us inside, behind their main hall. Is it trapped? Not yet, Seydou said. They only guard the entrance. They think no one's crazy enough to go in from below. They've never met me, Traore said dryly. The crawl space was barely wide enough to move. Rats scattered as they slid through, sweat pouring from their bodies. Seydou led the way, his breathing shallow. Every few meters he stopped, placing one hand on the tunnel wall. Listen. Finally, after what felt like an hour, they reached a metal panel. Voices echoed beyond it. Seydou pressed his ear against the wall. It's them. High command. They're in there. Traore leaned close. How many? 5. Maybe 6. One of them is Mahir, their tactical leader. Can you ID them? Seydou nodded. I've heard them speaking. Mahir has a burn on his left jaw. He smokes constantly. The others are field captains. Explosives? Seydou pulled out a crude satchel charge. Homemade, but it'll work. Traore took a deep breath. We'll hit them hard, then get out. No speeches. No hesitation. He looked Seydou in the eye. You ready? Seydou hesitated. Then softly, I was born ready. I just didn't know it. They burst through the panel like wool. The room was filled with maps, radio equipment, and armed men mid-conversation. The shock of the breach gave Traore and Seydou the edge. Within seconds, 2 rebels dropped. Another reached for his gun, but Seydou dropped him with one shot. Center mass. Then the satchel exploded. Flames ripped through the room. Screams, smoke, shrapnel. Mahir stumbled out of the blast, face bleeding, coughing, burning. He aimed at Seydou, then paused. A twisted grin formed on his face. Well, Mahir rasped. I know you. Little Seydou, how's your brother these days? Seydou froze. Traore turned, gun raised. What did you say? Mahir laughed. Didn't he tell you? Seydou is the little brother of Captain Malik Konate, the man who led the coup against you 3 years ago. Saidou's face went pale. "Shut up," he muttered. "Your brother died screaming," Mahir said. "And you? What do you think they'll say now? You're a traitor's blood." Before he could speak again, Traore shot him once in the chest. Mahir crumpled. Silence returned. Only the crackling fire remained, and Saidou's ragged breath. He sank to the floor, back against the wall, head in his hands. Traore stood over him, quiet. "You knew," he said after a long pause. Saidou nodded. "Yes, sir. And you still saved me. I didn't ask for the blood in my veins," Saidou whispered, "but I chose what to do with it." Traore looked at him for a long moment. Then he sat beside him. "In war," he said, "we don't choose our pasts, only our next step." They sat in silence for a long time, two soldiers in the ruins of rebellion, surrounded by fire and blood, but bound now by truth. The smoke was beginning to clear. President Traore stood slowly, muscles aching, ears still ringing from the blast. His shirt was singed and soot clung to his face like war paint. Behind him, Saidou rose shakily, blinking away tears and ash. "Come on," Traore said. "We're not done yet." They climbed a narrow stairwell behind the ruined command room. Each step echoed like a drumbeat in the dark. The emergency lights overhead flickered, casting their shadows in stutters of red and white. At the top of the stairs, Saidou stopped. "I know this hallway," he said. "There's an armory 2 doors down. Then we resupply." They pushed through a cracked steel door into a half-lit room filled with crates of weapons. The smell of oil and metal was overpowering. Saidou opened a crate and pulled out 2 rifles and several magazines. Traore examined a small satchel of grenades and tucked a combat shotgun under his arm. Saidou looked at him. "Are we still going for extraction?" "No," Traore said, loading a magazine. "We finish what we started. If we pull out now, they'll scatter and rebuild. We strike now. End it here." "You mean blow the whole base?" "I mean collapse it. Burn the files. Take down every server and make sure no one walks out to rebuild it elsewhere." Saidou nodded slowly. "Then let's leave nothing behind." They made their way deeper into the base. It was larger than Saidou had ever imagined. Steel corridors, surveillance stations, holding cells. They passed empty bunks and trashed mess halls, the remnants of an army built in shadows. At one intersection, they heard voices. 2 rebels, young, joking about looting the ruins above. Saidou signaled Traore, then slipped into the shadows. Moments later, both guards were unconscious. "Not dead?" Traore asked. Saidou shrugged. "They're just kids. Following orders." Traore nodded in approval. "Mercy doesn't make you weak. It makes you human." They reached the server room. Rows of blinking towers lined the walls, storing decades of rebel intelligence. Maps, names, photos, operations. Saidou stared. "Everything's here. Plans for future attacks, sleeper cells, targets abroad." Traore scanned the monitors. "We copy what we can, then wipe the rest." It took 10 minutes to transfer the critical data onto Saidou's drive. As Traore armed the incendiary charges, Saidou paused in front of a terminal. "I found something," he said, his voice tight. "What?" "My brother, Malik." They had files on him, even after his death. They used him. Traore walked over. The screen showed intercepted footage. Videos of Malik's failed coup, edited speeches, voice samples. They turned him into a martyr. Saidou said, "A symbol for their cause." "They lied to you," Traore muttered. "They used your brother's image to recruit the angry and the lost." Saidou clenched his jaw. "Then I destroy the lie." He pulled the plug. The screen went black. With the explosives armed, they moved to the escape tunnel, a narrow maintenance shaft that led out behind a waterfall about a kilometer north. But just as they entered, alarms shrieked overhead. "Damn it," Traore muttered. They found the bodies. Footsteps thundered behind them. Saidou turned, rifle raised. "Go. I'll cover." "You're not staying," Traore barked. "This is my fight, and you're not alone." They pressed forward together, firing behind them as rebels poured into the hall. Grenades exploded. Bullets ricocheted off steel. Traore took a hit to the shoulder, but kept moving. Seydou dropped 2 more enemies, blood and sweat streaming down his face. Finally, they reached the tunnel's end. The waterfall roared ahead. Cold, clean freedom. Seydou triggered the detonator. Behind them, the base erupted in a wave of flame and dust, collapsing inward as the roof caved. They dove through the water, landing hard on the forest floor below. Alive, they lay on their backs, gasping, staring at the sky. Traore laughed weakly. "Still think you're a coward?" Seydou chuckled. "I think I'm too tired to care." Traore turned his head. "You saved more lives today than some soldiers do in a lifetime. I just did what needed doing." "No, you did what others wouldn't." Silence settled between them. Finally, Traore sat up. "We radio the capital, let them know it's done." "And then?" Seydou asked. Traore looked toward the horizon. "Then we go home." The airstrip outside Ouagadougou shimmered under the afternoon sun. The military transport roared down, wheels screeching as it touched down. A convoy of armored vehicles waited on the tarmac, engines rumbling. Medics rushed forward. Reporters had been kept at bay. Only a handful of high-ranking officials stood waiting in silence. When the rear hatch opened, President Ibrahim Traore stepped down first. His arm bandaged, his uniform singed but dignified. A cheer erupted, but he raised his hand, stopping it. His expression was grim. He turned in motion. Behind him, Seydou emerged. He looked different now. No longer the nervous boy behind the supply crates. He walked taller, chin raised, uniform caked in dried blood and dirt. His eyes were tired but sharp. Traore rested a hand on his shoulder as they walked together toward the waiting command staff. "This is Private Seydou," he said loudly, addressing the room. "He's the reason I'm alive. He's the reason that base no longer exists." There was silence. Then came the applause. Not the staged kind. This one rippled slowly. Officers nodding, soldiers clapping, one by one until it echoed across the tarmac. Seydou blinked, stunned. For the first time, he wasn't invisible. Later that evening, Seydou sat alone on the steps of the presidential barracks, clean now in fresh fatigues, a teacup trembling slightly in his hand. His body ached. His mind buzzed. He didn't hear Traore approach until the president sat beside him. "You've been quiet." Seydou didn't look up. "I don't know what to do now." "You rest." "I don't know how." Traore nodded. "I didn't either. Not at your age." They sat in silence a while. Seydou finally spoke. "Why didn't you kill me when you found out?" Traore didn't flinch. "Because you're not your brother." "But what if I had betrayed you?" "Then I'd have died, and you'd live with that weight." Seydou turned. "Do you really believe I'm one of you?" Traore met his gaze. "You've bled for your country, fought to redeem a name not even your fault. You're more one of us than most." That made Seydou lower his head. "I don't know if I can carry it," he whispered. "You already have," Traore said. "You just don't see it yet." News of the mission spread within 24 hours. The rebel base's destruction sent shockwaves through enemy lines. Several sleeper cells self-destructed rather than be captured. Propaganda streams collapsed overnight, but not everyone celebrated. Opposition leaders in parliament began whispering. Skeptics demanded an investigation. Old names resurfaced. Captain Malik Konaté's history returned to the headlines. Why was his brother part of the mission? One headline asked. Traore protects traitors' blood, another claimed. Seydou saw the articles. At first he tried to ignore them, but they multiplied. Videos, editorials, calls for transparency. The country praised him, but it also questioned him. The ghosts of his brother's legacy were clawing at his back. It came to a head when a reporter snuck through the base perimeter and confronted him in the mess hall. "You were raised by the same man who betrayed the country," she said. "What makes you different?" Seydou didn't flinch. He just said, "I bled for the flag you hide behind." Then he walked away. The video went viral in hours. That night, Traore called a press conference. Flanked by military officers, national flags, and Seydou standing at his side, the president spoke with fire. "Some say Private Seydou should be judged by his brother's crimes," Traore said. "Then let me ask, how many of us would pass such judgment if the sins of our blood were used against us?" He turned slightly. placing a medal in his hand. For bravery beyond the call of duty, and for loyalty proven in the fire of war, I hereby award Private Seydou the Medal of Honor. He pinned it on Seydou's chest. Seydou didn't cry, but his hands shook as the crowd roared. 1 week later, the sun rose over the national parade grounds. It was Independence Day in Burkina Faso. Tens of thousands filled the capital streets, waving flags, cheering, faces painted with red, green, and gold. Drones floated overhead, capturing the grand procession of soldiers, tanks, and school children marching in perfect sync. But at the center of it all stood a single platform. President Ibrahim Traore stepped forward as the crowd hushed. He looked out over the sea of people and then turned to the soldiers standing beside him. Private Seydou. His uniform was pristine. The Medal of Honor gleamed on his chest. But more than that, it was his face, calm, steady, unshaken, that made the nation take notice. Traore raised the microphone. A week ago, I stood shoulder to shoulder with a man I did not know. A man the world called a coward. A man whose name was stained by the blood of another. The crowd listened, silent. That man saved my life. That man destroyed the rebel stronghold. That man stood when others ran. That man is Private Seydou. Applause thundered. Seydou blinked, swallowing hard. His hand instinctively touched the medal. He wasn't dreaming. Traore continued. In our country, we do not judge people by where they come from. We judge them by what they do when the fire comes. And when it did, he didn't run, he burned. After the speech, Seydou stood near the edge of the platform, breathing it all in. Young soldiers approached him, asking for photos. A woman hugged him without warning. A child handed him a small flag and said, "I want to be like you." He smiled, overwhelmed. Behind him, Traore approached. "You handled that well," the president said. "I still don't like cameras," Seydou replied. "Good. That makes two of us." They laughed. Then Traore said something unexpected. "I want you at my side." Seydou blinked. "Sir, I'm forming a special unit. Intelligence and ground response. You've already proven yourself 10 times over. I want you to lead the next generation." Seydou hesitated. I don't know if I'm ready." Traore nodded. "Neither did I when the war found me." He extended his hand. Seydou looked at it, then shook it. "Yes, sir." That evening, Seydou visited a quiet cemetery on the outskirts of the city. He walked alone, past rows of simple markers, until he found one that hadn't been visited in years. Captain Malik Kanate, 1979-2022, remembered in silence. Seydou stood before it, the medal still pinned to his chest. He knelt. "I didn't come to curse you," he said. "I came to tell you I forgive you." His voice trembled, but he didn't cry. "You made your choice. I made mine, and now I carry the name forward." A breeze swept across the cemetery, lifting dust from the stone. Seydou stood again, saluted, and walked away. Months passed. Under Seydou's leadership, the newly formed unit dismantled 3 rebel sleeper cells, rescued over a dozen kidnapped villagers, and neutralized arms shipments meant to restart the insurgency. He never spoke much during briefings, but his team followed him without question. He was no longer invisible. He was the soldier they all hoped to become. One morning, as dawn broke over the capital, a reporter asked Traore during a press interview, "Mr. President, what makes someone worthy of the nation's highest honor?" Traore smiled slightly, thoughtful. "Simple," he said. "A soldier who stands in the fire not because he hates what's in front of him, but because he loves what's behind him. And somewhere beyond the noise and medals and legacy, the last soldier still walked forward, not for vengeance, not for redemption, but for peace."